I'd like to call this Cottonwoods Maintenance District meeting to order. Can I get a roll call, please, Town Clerk?
Chairman Friedel.
Present.
Vice Chair Earl.
Present.
Board Member Skillicorn.
Here.
Board Member Calvianakis.
Here.
Board Member Watts.
Here.
Board Member Larrabee.
Here.
And Board Member McMahon.
Here.
Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So we have consideration of possible action regarding Resolution CMD 2026-03, assessing upon the individual lots and parcels within the district a certain sum sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required for the annual budget. Paul?
Thank you, Chairman and Board. Tonight is the final meeting for the Cottonwoods Maintenance District for the fiscal year 2027 budget. The resolution tonight includes a property tax assessment or levy on the 58 parcels within the district at $212.79 to support the budget as approved at the last meeting. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, are there any comment cards, Town Clerk?
Oh, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Can I get a motion?
Motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Chairman Larrabee. Board Member Larrabee.
Aye.
Board Member McMahon.
Aye.
Board Member Watts.
Aye.
Board Member Skillicorn.
Yes.
Board Member Calvianakis.
Aye.
Vice Chair Earl.
Aye.
And Chair Friedel.
Aye.
Chairman 7-0.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, if there's no other business, a motion to adjourn? Second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to our regular town council meeting. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? And if you choose to, we'll have a moment of silence in place of an invocation tonight. Thank you. Town Clerk, could I get a roll call, please?
Mayor Friedel.
Present.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Present.
Councilmember Calvianakis.
Here.
Councilmember Watts.
Present.
Councilmember Larrabee.
Present.
Councilmember McMahon.
Here.
And Councilmember Skillicorn.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And we'll move on now to our summary of current events by Town Manager Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a little list tonight, so please bear with me. A couple of pertinent updates for the community. First, I want to thank all the teens who participated in our video game tournament last week. Registration was full with more than 30 kids competing in 2 age groups for bragging rights and cash prizes in both Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers. It was great to see such strong participation in one of our summer teen programs. It's also really fun to see the staff getting ready for it as they work on their skills. That's a fun day. I also want to recognize our finance team for a recent notification from the Government Finance Officers Association. We just received notice that the town was awarded the Triple Crown Award for all 3 of our FY 2024 financial reports. This is a significant achievement, and Fountain Hills is only one of 440 governments to receive this award. And that is 440 nationwide. I want to say it's fewer than a dozen or so in Arizona. So it's a pretty big deal. So congratulations to our finance team and everyone involved in maintaining the town's high standards for financial reporting and transparency. Looking ahead, We have our annual Fourth at the Fountain celebration taking place on Saturday, July 4th at Fountain Park. The event begins at 6:30 and is free and open to the community. This year's celebration will feature Roger Klein and the Peacemakers, which is a very, very fun act, and he will be taking the stage around 7:30, followed by fireworks over Fountain Lake beginning at 9. We are also expecting a flyover from Luke Air Force Base and their 56th Fighter Wing featuring 4 F-35s at approximately 7:30, but of course that timing is a little subject to, to flight operations and weather. We encourage everyone to come out, bring chairs and blankets, and enjoy the evening. Shifting gears a little bit, EPCOR will be holding an in-person meeting regarding its rate increase application next Wednesday, June 24th at 5:30 at the Community Center. I encourage the public to, if not attend, at least read up on what EPCOR's requests are. Residents who are interested in learning more about the application or providing input are welcome to attend. So again, that's 5:30 next Wednesday. Separately, residents should also be on the lookout for information about a public education session later this summer where EPCOR will share information and answer questions related to water usage in Arizona and how those broader issues affect us here in Fountain Hills. Water is obviously a very real and very in-demand resource, and it's a very important topic for many in our community, and this will be a good opportunity for residents, as well as our council, you guys are also invited to attend, to learn more, ask questions, and better understand the issues affecting our region. Okay, one more. I also wanted to remind everyone that Election Day is July 21st. Mark your calendars. Residents are encouraged to make a plan to vote and watch for official election information from Maricopa County. I know our town website is maintained and updated with the proper links, as well as election information is also available at beballotready.vote. So finally, following tonight's meeting, the council will begin its summer recess. So tonight's council meeting will be the last, and we will resume our regular meeting schedule on Tuesday, September 1st. We will be posting any special meetings that may be happening over the summer, but this is our last regularly scheduled meeting. Mayor, with that, I think those are all of my updates.
A lot going on, thank you. Now we'll move on to presentations. Rachel?
Sorry about that. All right, tonight we have our economic development and tourism, actually it's specific to our tourism update from Amanda Jacobs. She's going to be giving us a fourth quarter update.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So we're doing things a little bit different today. Usually it's an economic development update with just a few slides regarding tourism, but we try to encourage ourselves to toot our horn sometimes, and there's been some record-breaking numbers, so we wanted to switch gears, especially as we enter the summer months, to provide an update. So highlights our occupancy from January to May 15th. And so here you're going to see where it kind of fluctuates by dates. But the 15th that's when I had to start putting together my staff report and PowerPoint. We don't just do it today. And during that period too, there was 15,000 new unique visitors to the website. We'll get into this a little bit later, but one of our record-breaking was 1.1 million Facebook views. Of 14 million Wild Joy campaign impressions. We produced 10 professional videos, and then you'll see over 100,000 with our Fountain Live feed and EarthCam. So sometimes if our visitors can't make it to Fountain Hills, they'll reach out to us if the camera is dirty as they're chilling in Montana to say, you need to clean this up. I love looking at the fountain. And so we'll get some of those calls to experience Fountain Hills. Our viewership, so again, I'll point out, sometimes people are confused, but the left column is the top 5 in Arizona that are coming to the Experience Fountain Hills website. And the top 5 nationally, you'll see, hasn't changed since the previous quarter. And then what helps with this too, even though this is tourism, is sometimes this also ties into business attraction and what the Greater Phoenix Economic Council is doing and is in alignment with as we try to attract businesses not just to Fountain Hills, but the region and the state. All right, so we could be here all night, but wanted to highlight one thing that we wanted to do this fiscal year is we really needed to update and freshen up the content on our website. So you'll see may need to put readers on, but the left side, you'll see that we highlighted with photos our hotels, and there was a brief paragraph. And so what's next to it is we've completely revamped it. I encourage people to go to our hotel and resorts page. And now it's expanded. It adds Google reviews, what amenities are offered. And then there's also a button called Make a Reservation, so a call to action. That was launched in December. And then you'll see there was an 81% increase. And so what we can gather from that, as well as our CFO, we sometimes tease each other internally, but last month he told you we were seeing some great numbers when it came to bed tax and our sales tax. And so sometimes he jokes, maybe it's the economic development efforts. And I say, maybe. Here are the numbers, but there could be a correlation. And again, selfishly, we prioritized something like hotels and resorts because selfishly, we don't have a local primary property tax, and we rely heavily on sales and bed tax. And then record-breaking, this is a screenshot because we have dashboards, but our town strategic plan, as well as our community economic development strategy, calls out that we want to attract younger families. And so the last 3 months, again, this is the first snapshot, but you'll see the last 3 full months, we are targeting people in the 25 to 34 age. So what we're doing is working, and part of that, again, later on, is our tagline is naturally Fountain Hills. We're naturally fun. We're naturally adventurous. We're naturally innovative. And so what we've been doing is making sure that we have fresh content, that we're not doing stock photography, that people are seeing their neighbors, their business people, and that it's very authentic and naturally Fountain Hills. And then you'll see too, our Facebook, we hit over 1 million Facebook views, reaching people from across Arizona. And we're seeing too in our stats, Canada, Mexico, the United Kingdom, and we mentioned this previously. These are good targets as we look to open the Dark Sky Discovery Center. Some brief updates on our Prop 202 grant. So this current fiscal year, which will end June 30th, earlier this year, we did apply for Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation grants. We did not receive any funding. We have submitted a request for $20,000 for marketing efforts. We should know by July or August if that will be awarded. Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, the last few years, they've increased the ask from $30,000 to $50,000, and so that is benefiting our Music Fest. And so that's a photo of just this year. And then with the Salt River, they actually will invite the town to apply. So it's not open to everybody. It's just specific to the town. And so we're waiting for that invitation. And Gila River Indian Community, last year we attempted this. The town, as far as economic development and tourism, was not awarded, but the Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce was. And so we're serving this year and the next 2 years as a pass-through. And this year, economic development chose not to apply. Again, sometimes it's a stretch when it's not your neighbor. But our fire department did apply, and hopefully we'll hear later in the summer. Our Prop 302 grants, this year we secured over $76,000. And the estimate, and it's always an estimate, we'll see how things trend, and the state will report back to us. But we're anticipating to get over $90,000. And then it's very stringent on what we can apply for. So again, print advertising, our visitor's guide, video production, etc. And then so we wanted to highlight this, and I want to give a shout out. A couple of years ago, our recreation program coordinator, Skylar Thomas, said, Amanda, we have our internal marketing team, but it's like we really need to get in touch with a social media influencer. And so I asked her if she wanted to help with that. And then so she did a little bit of research, and then we reached out several years ago to see if Lacey Kane, the founder, wanted to work with us. And through grant funding, we've been able to work with Lacey, and Lacey's in-laws happen to be Fountain Hills residents. So that is a nice connection. But we had to receive a report, since this is tied to Prop 302 funding. And then she let us know there was over 12 million impressions, so actually over 14 million impressions. And this is the largest, and so I was like, toot toot, for a DMO. So a DMO is a destination marketing organization. So think of Visit Phoenix, Visit Mesa, where some of those giants, they're not connected to a town government. They are a separate convention visitors bureau. And so again, we made a record. So the largest campaign in history. And then just want to point out too, we are always looking at the data. How do we change? Is what we're doing working? And so you'll see too, based off of TikTok, and it's her TikTok. Again, the town does not have a TikTok, so to have that on record. And her Instagram, again, she is also hitting that 25 to 35 age-year-olds, where, again, they're looking at Fountain Hills. And so this past year, we did stuff again on the fountain, us being number 3 in the world as the tallest. We also did you know about some of our restaurants, and that there's not just American food. There's Cuban food, there's Mexican food. And then, because she likes us, she'll do some fun things to also boost things and add other videos. And so we just found out too, we'll get some more grant funding to work with her next year. And then again, we're talking about tourism, but again, with economic development, everything is interconnected. And so you'll see too that we were able to produce 10 professional videos. Those are sliced up and put up on our Experience Fountain Hills social media. It's also located on our video gallery under Experience Fountain Hills. And so our businesses appreciate it because all they have to do is say yes and be ready. And then we have a contract with Daylight Films, so Andrew Day, who is a local business and resident. And then you'll see too, I noticed when I started here, our photographs needed some help. They were a bit outdated. And so we've been really trying to get fresh content. And so we've been also doing that for the businesses. After we do the initial launch, we also share some of those photographs. And so again, in the interest of time, I won't read everything to you. And then want to give a shout out to Night Sky Tourist. So again, that is Vicki Dirksen, who is a resident. Again, when I started, it has been over 4 years, can you believe it? We were being very reactive, yet we had this international dark sky designation. And so for the last 2 years, she has helped for free to put together the International Observe the Moon Night in partnership with Experience Fountain Hills, as well as the Geminid Meteor Shower Watch Party. She also has a partnership with Adero between October, May-ish, when, again, it's not so toasty outside. And then you'll see here, she also does private events, and then you can see 80% she gathers are visitors that are coming to Fountain Hills. And then she gave her last hike report, and then you'll see, so she specifically asked, we had a recent meeting of just, where are you coming from, where are you hearing about this? And so these folks had directly noticed the information on our Experience Fountain Hills website and can see that they're visitors. So there's that Montana again. They're having a girls' weekend here in Fountain Hills. And then want to call out some of our conferences. We've been trying to work really hard with our community center as well as event organizers that if you're having a conference in Fountain Hills, you need to coordinate with the Experience Fountain Hills. Because if you don't have a room block, we have no idea that you are tied to that event. It just seems like you're a leisure traveler, or if you select business, it's just business, and there's no other data. And so we coordinated months back with the Museum Association of Arizona. They had 87 people registered, and then we helped secure room blocks with 2 of our hotels. The owner did say of Spark by Hilton. Unfortunately, no one stayed there, but at least 2 at Fountain Park. And then want to put in a plug with our Madam Clerk. So the Arizona Municipal Clerks Conference, they have been hosting that conference here in Fountain Hills for actually 15 years. And we've struggled the last few years but you all know our Madam Clerk, Bev. She knew who to speak to try to actually get a room block. Adaro stepped up at a wonderful rate of $144, so you can't beat that. And then also just communicating with the clerks, because they like to stay in Fountain Hills. They were a bit confused too with the Scottsdale name, and so I said, it's a branding thing. They do, actually, they are located in Fountain Hills. We collect that sales tax. So once we know more numbers, we'll report back in the fall. And then this is just, again, some advertising that we're doing in magazines. Sometimes our residents say, I don't see any advertising. And then I always tell them, no, because I'm not targeting you. You're already here. So some key takeaways is, again, we've reached record audiences. Also, things don't happen, change doesn't happen overnight, so I appreciate everyone's patience. It takes time to build up our marketing, again, the video, the photography. The grants have helped, but do want to say the AOT Prop 302 sunsets in 2031. I've already told the CFO and town manager we'll be thinking ahead already of next year of making sure that we're not losing certain funding. So for example, our annual visitors guide that everyone loves, that is 100% paid by Prop 302. So starting to think ahead, and do want to say this council and if councils past, you guys have been very supportive of approving budget requests for marketing. So thank you, I appreciate that. And then just looking ahead, we're going to continue what we've been planning to do. And then just one hot off the press. Earlier this calendar year in January, I met with Joe Bill and Jeff Yazetta of the International Dark Sky Discovery Center and said, okay, guys, we need to start gearing up. What is our messaging to the domestic and international travelers? And they looked at me and said, Amanda, we're trying to open the building. And so I'm like, I understand. And so a couple weeks ago, in very rapid order, I said, would you be okay? Can we partner together? We feel like it's a win-win if we put in for a $15,000 grant to have a third party work with us on that exercise, because in short order, we are going to need that. So again, we're not being reactive, we are strategically positioning ourselves. And so we were awarded $15,000 to do that. So super excited. And so we will let you know the outcome of those efforts. And with that, Mr. Mayor, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Amanda, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if we can go back to the record-breaking performance, and that's on social media, Facebook and Instagram. Is there any like one or two special things that they're clicking on that is making it a record-breaking performance, or is it just mostly all the pictures or whatever is being posted?
It's mostly all of it, but you'll see we've been targeting a lot of what does extremely well is, of course, just the fountain, and then the events. That is like the top three of people getting super excited. And then our last car show with Concours in the Hills, also reaching out to legitimate videographers of, hey, can we share your drone footage? And some of that is it just skyrockets.
So basically, it's all the bouquet of events that we have and the attendance, et cetera, that you guys are posting and attracting more visitors and looking to, a younger age medium, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Director Jacobs. So, Mr. Mayor, Director Jacobs, what tools are you lacking? I mean, is there anything that we can provide to you? Are there events that you need to happen? What more do you need?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Skillicorn, we just adopted the budget. So right now, I would say we don't need anything just yet. But come this fall, maybe we'll reach out. Part of it too, you guys received the memo. I'm operating solo in my department. So some of it then is resources that, you could dedicate money, but if you don't have the human capital behind it, that becomes a challenge. So I appreciate the question. We'll give it some thought, but in the immediate, we have the tools. And again, I'll say from council members past and then this body, you guys have approved several $100,000 towards marketing.
And Mr. Mayor, Director, and I'm kind of specific, I mean, would you appreciate more events? You know, currently, I'm not sure, it sounds to me like, you know, like Mike Pelton is very helpful, but, you know, do you have enough tools to do what you need in-house? Or I know there are some people that are going out, but, you know, what more do we want?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Skillicorn, one item, but again, we've sort of, pun intended, check please. We have in our community economic development strategy to work with a national event promoter. We'll say too, because there are so many events, and so not just put on by our community services department, but other third parties, then it becomes to, is there availability and the staff resources to support it? But we're always working with the town manager as well as the community services director to evaluate certain projects. So last year we were considering something, but again, their window didn't match with us because things were booked.
And Mr. Mayor, Director, last follow-up, I promise.
I think he's going to ask me again. What should I say, Councilmember
Well,
Skillicorn?
you reminded me, like, because I know we've talked about, you know, some sort of like outside event planner coming to us and doing an event. So it sounds like you're open to that. Do they have the tools, I mean, that they can contact you? Do they know that we're open for business? That's really the question. I mean, if you wanted to have an event here, let's say you wanted to do your community event, or you know, or you just want to get a permit and run out the park and do some big event that the town would benefit from. Are we talking to the right people? Are people aware that we're open for business?
And so, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Skillicorn, the answer is yes. And they've been willing participants to come to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the report.
You're welcome.
When we see record-breaking performance, Instagram breaking 30-day records, boy, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. This is a lot of hard work, and I know you've been putting in long hours. And so I want to thank you for this great report. I also want to thank you for covering tourism tonight and expanding your normal report, because as we know that small business is the economic engine of Fountain Hills, and tourism drives small business. And so I encourage you to continue with the tourism, keep updating us on what's going on there, and keep being innovative in your techniques, because I'm really thrilled to see these numbers. Lastly, and this isn't a town deal, it's a dark sky deal, but my number one question is, when are they going to open those doors? And you mentioned the bills are like, yeah, we're trying to get the doors open. Can you give us an estimate on when that's going to happen?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Calavianakis, the last report they gave us in their newsletter was January 2026. As of last week, I spoke with our building official. We have not received their plans for the next phase. So again, as soon as we receive those, we'll get rocking and rolling and hope to approve those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Amanda, I just wanted to say I have a unique perspective in that I get to work with you every day. I also previously in different roles have had a little toe in tourism, and what you've done has been really fantastic. So thank you for what you do each day, even with a very, very, very small team. So you've really done a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping. Don't get me in trouble.
I keep hitting the wrong button, sorry. Do you keep metrics on the various events as far as restaurants, hotel? I see you do the hotel thing, but do you keep the metrics so, kind of like what Councilman Skillicorn was saying, it would guide us in a certain direction. Maybe kite flying is not quite as productive as Irish Fest, and I don't mean to pick on those two, but do you keep those type of metrics as well? So help us next time maybe to help you?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Watts, that is a little harder, specifically with the restaurants. One, the sales tax, again, is proprietary, so even to me, so a lot of people think that I have that. That is just the CFO. I don't get to see those numbers. What we will do, and a few months prior, Councilmember Larrabee joined me on a business retention site visit. And so some of those site visits we're hearing directly with some of the businesses. And I'll say, depending on the restaurant or the retailer, it's very mixed of, we love this. And then some people are like, well, people have issues with parking. And so they receive no benefit. So it's really hit or miss. We're starting, so for instance, just thinking ahead in what Councilmember Calavianakis is, we've been pushing again with some of the restaurants. So during the summer, people like to reduce their hours. They like to take a week or two off to let us know so that we're not sending people and then they're closed. Working with them too, we've made observations where they did contact us and they're like, we love your help. And then we're monitoring, okay, you let us know, but you haven't changed it on your website or Google Maps. That we can't do anything about. We can educate them, but then it's up to them. And so some of it's through site visits. If, again, so the previous month, our CFO acknowledged just seeing that sales tax increase. So at the restaurants is a bit harder, Councilmember Watts.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It does look like we're going in the right direction. So nice job, thanks.
Thank you.
Since everybody asked so many nice questions already, and we have a full night tonight, I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there has been some great questions, and it actually led me to my next one. And I kind of wonder about the economic development working with finance a little bit. And I know that, I assume at least that the sales tax information is not immediate. We don't know a week later, oh, look, that weekend was really strong, right? It's delayed. But I kind of wonder when we do get that information, and then if it's possible to see it by date or weekend or something, and then the back date, and what happened then. And I really think that would be a very valuable thing, because ultimately, we are doing these events because we love the town and we're providing something for our citizens, but we also know that sales tax is a crucial part of our budget, and successful events and sales leads to nicer things. So I just want to make sure we're working together. And we don't need an answer right now, but there's something to think about going forward, is the back date and go, hey, that was a very successful time for us. What else was going on in the town? And maybe there's also some things that we put a lot of energy into that don't provide a lot of those resources. And I'm not saying we don't do it, because we still love community events, but the metrics are important, and it's important that we are looking at something and we actually can make those decisions. Thank you. It's been a great discussion.
Thank you for your efforts. You can see the results and all the hard work that you put in there. I'll throw out a little teaser. Can you use some covered parking?
That's a separate agenda item, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move on to our proclamation. Our Vice Mayor is going to handle the proclamation for July as Park and Recreation Month. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the town of Fountain Hills is committed to enhancing the quality of life for residents through exceptional parks, trails, recreational programs, and open space, and whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, provide opportunities for active lifestyles, strengthen community connections, and encourage residents of all ages to enjoy the natural beauty of Fountain Hills. And whereas parks and recreation services contribute to the environmental, social, and economic vitality of our community and help make Fountain Hills a desirable place to live, work, and visit. And whereas, and now therefore, Mayor Jerry Friedel, together with the Town Council of the Town of Fountain Hills, Arizona, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month and encourage all residents to recognize and celebrate the important role that parks, recreation facilities, programs, volunteers, and staff play in making Fountain Hills a vibrant and healthy community.
Kevin, come on up. And now we'll move on with the Mayor's Business Spotlight, and tonight it's Graze Craze. This month it's my pleasure to recognize Graze Craze as our Mayor's Business Spotlight, a business that has become a wonderful addition to the Fountain Hills community. Graze Craze specializes in beautifully crafted charcuterie boards and grazing boxes that bring people together for celebrations, business gatherings, and everyday occasions. Their philosophy is simple: every moment is worth celebrating, and great foods help create meaningful connections. Each board is thoughtfully arranged with fresh, high-quality ingredients and designed to deliver the wow factor while making entertainment easy and stress-free. Whether you're hosting a community event, business meeting, client appreciation gathering, family celebration, or simply treating yourself, Graze Craze offers a convenient and memorable catering experience. The town has had the opportunity on many occasions to enjoy Graze Craze offerings at several council and community events where they have consistently delivered exceptional quality, presentation, and service. While Graze Craze is a part of an international brand with locations across the United States, Canada, France, and Australia, our Fountain Hills location is proudly owned and operated by Steve Weberman. Steve's commitment to customer service and community involvement has helped make Graze Craze a valued member of our local business community. We appreciate Steve's investment in Fountain Hills and his dedication to providing a unique dining and catering experience for residents, businesses, and visitors alike. On behalf of the town of Fountain Hills, congratulations to Graze Craze on being recognized as this month's Mayor's Business Spotlight. Steve, if you're here, come on down, please.
Hi everyone. If you haven't had our board, please order one. If you had one, I hope you enjoyed it. We're doing really well. We've actually, because of our Fountain Hills success, we've opened up locations in Desert Ridge and Deer Valley Air Park. So we're doing quite well, and we appreciate everything. We celebrate everything, and come on, stop in. We've got art in our place too. We've got a charcuterie manufacturer that's put stuff in our place, actual boards, not just the food and meat like we do. But also we have a local artist that's putting stuff in our place as well. So stop in, say hello, and say hi to Susan.
Thank you. Okay, and now we'll move on with our consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
Motion to accept the consent agenda?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please? Town clerk?
Councilmember Skillicorn,
Yes.
Councilmember McMahon,
Aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis,
Aye.
Councilmember Watts,
Yes.
Councilmember Larrabee,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor and
Aye.
Mayor Fidel.
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to our regular agenda. Item A, which is consideration and possible action regarding the town's direct report employment contract amendments and updated agreements as applicable for the town manager, town attorney, town prosecutor, and presiding judge, town magistrate, and authorizing the mayor, town manager, attorney, and town clerk to take all actions necessary to carry out the intent with. Town manager?
Mayor, just to be brief, these positions report directly to the town council. Therefore, any direction regarding these needs to come from this entire body, which is why they are on the agenda tonight. Specifically, the direction was to bring these contracts forward to update and align them with the fiscal year. So any further questions, we do have staff here if there's any discussion. With that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some thoughts and comments on this, and on this particular one, and I think there are other people that have questions also, but specifically, there's a few items. One is, or a couple of them are the attorney, the prosecutor and the judge. And this, even though this is just more of a, we're giving reviews to these individuals, we're not changing the contract, but I just want to point out.
Do you have a specific question, Councilman?
Not this time, but
Okay.
I mean, I have comments on it.
Town attorney?
We take questions first, and then we go to comment cards, and then we have discussion.
Yes, I do. I noticed in this agenda item, there all 4 individual employment contracts are grouped into one. Personally, I think that these are very, very important. One for the prosecutor, one for the judge, one for Rachel, the town attorney, and one for the law firm. And I think that they're distinct enough that we should vote separately on each one of them, even though they're one agenda item. So I'd like to make a motion that we do that if a motion is necessary.
Yeah, I would second that. I think a vote on each individual item would be preferable than an all or nothing. Oh, thank you. I just wanted to second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote on that to separate these items?
It would be, well, technically it would be 4 separate motions to then, I guess the motion is, I think the motion's out of order. I mean, it's not, it needs to be rephrased. So the motion would be to approve each individually, but not necessarily break them apart.
Why is it out of order?
I'm sorry, it's not properly worded. I mean, you can't break apart an agenda item in the way that you've asked for it to be broken
Well,
out.
then
But
tell me how to do it, please.
Yeah, so you can make a motion to approve one agenda item, but we still haven't gone to discussion yet or comment cards, but you can make that motion, and you can then make another motion to approve a different part of the different contract. So you make them as 4 separate motions on each one.
So when is that happening? When can I do that?
You can make that motion now, but we would still need discussion before you would vote on it.
Well, then
typically.
I make the motion 4 different times. I make the motion to look at
One motion at a time.
I make a motion to look at each contract individually, the prosecutors individually, the judges individually, the town managers individually, and the town attorneys individually.
That's still, the motion is still, I said 4 separate motions to approve each contract individually. Like say, so a motion to approve the town prosecutors.
So moved.
Yeah.
So you're saying after we get through all of the other elements of the item, to let public comment happen, let the discussion.
If you want me to wait to do it, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have any comment cards?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have 7 that will be speaking. We did receive 6 cards online. 5 wanted to let you know that they will not be speaking. 5 wanted to let you know they were for it, and 1 wanted to let you know they were against. First speaker will be Liz Gildersleeve, followed by Linda Somo, Shelby Blecker, and Susan DeGennaro.
Good evening, Hills resident. I am in favor of approving the contractual amendment for the town attorney for a number of reasons. First, since I've lived in Fountain Hills, Jen Wright is the first town attorney who's actually been committed to protecting the town. That's been refreshing. For example, she provided the sound legal advice and protections to strengthen the ordinance for group homes, also known as sober homes. The added protections of insurance requirements and inspections was something residents demanded 4 years ago. Instead, 4 years ago, we got a watered-down version and weak legal advice from our last town attorney. But Ms. Wright, to her credit, figured out a legal way to strengthen the ordinance, which consequently provided neighborhoods and homeowners with better protection and more recourse. So thank you. Second, Ms. Wright has had to manage the daily barrage of petty lawsuits and orchestrated complaints from some of our most litigious residents. Their clear goal has been to weaken her resolve and cause continued chaos in our town, while at the same time preaching civility and collaboration. Finally, and most recently, Ms. Wright has had to protect the town's logo from misuse and copyright infringement. It required the town to hire outside counsel, who, by the way, agreed with Ms. Wright's legal opinion and use of a cease and desist letter that was sent to all political candidates, advising them that the use of the town logo would be inappropriate on political materials. Seems self-explanatory to most. Everyone complied, except one mayoral candidate. Unfortunately, now Fountain Hills taxpayers are on the hook to pay the unnecessary $18,000 legal bill of that outside attorney. So bottom line, I would prefer that you approve the amendment for the town attorney for another year, reevaluate next year, as you should, for all employment contracts, and move on. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name is Linda Somo, and I am a Fountain Hills resident. I'm not against the item itself, but I would support you separating out the various offices, because I am against giving an exorbitant increase to one member, and that is the town attorney. I have seen nothing that she has done that would warrant an 11% increase on her current salary, which is 7.5 or 7.6% over and above the 3.3% that has been recommended for other town employees. I don't know what she has done that would warrant that type of increase. Plus, when she came to this position, she lacked experience in town law, and I don't know that she's gained any since then. At least I haven't seen it evident in your town meetings. And the previous speaker mentioned that she, has had to deal with lawsuits. Well, part of that is because she advised the town council to do away with the ability for town members to file an ethics violation. If they had not done away with that, many of the lawsuits that have been filed would not have been necessary. And plus, she works for a firm that actually sued the town twice and lost both times. So I don't see, she has, at least the firm she works for, has caused taxpayers money in the past. So I would ask you to separate that out from the others and to reconsider an 11% increase for the town attorney. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Shelby Blecker, Fountain Hills Town resident. With a tight job market, as we've seen when another state hires away town staff, retaining quality staff is a real challenge. The town manager position is one of those highly competitive jobs that require a skill set that can fill a warehouse. We have that person here in Fountain Hills, and I, for one, think she's worth her weight in gold. Please keep Rachel Goodwin's pay competitive with other Maricopa County cities our size and approve her raise. As for the town attorney, Jen Wright, and her firm's contract, I feel equally the same regarding her value to the town. What are troubling to me are comments online and Facebook trying to devalue her worth, and by who? It's the same people who are trying to bury her in lawfare paperwork, ridiculous notice of claims, and more. The misinformation fed to the public is maddening. Case in point, there's 2 Facebook accounts chatting. The question, didn't they fire our previous attorney who had served us for many years for supposedly overcharging? That was a quote. But isn't it general knowledge that Aronson, the former town attorney, quit? So there's the question. But in reality, a question is a misleading statement when it's framed as an inquiry but actually contains an unproven assumption designed to manipulate the listener or force a specific narrative. Known as a loaded question, this tactic nudges the respondent into an answer that inadvertently confirms something false or negative. It certainly prevents the poster from being charged with defamation, but the damage is done. Mission accomplished. When the very next day, a different account on Facebook speaks to a friend saying, this could all have been avoided if we had retained our previous town attorney. The poster is referring to Aronson again, the guy who quit. This is the type of nonsense our town attorney has to deal with and spend some overtime on. How many extra hours does she take? I don't know. But what I do know is that it's shameful to see how many people putting up signs asking to bring back civility do exactly the opposite every chance they get, while also encouraging one another to bury the town in FOIAs and legal maneuvering while claiming First Amendment rights. I feel if they cared about the town so much, they would actually act civil and stop the wasted time in lawfare. Please approve the raise for our town council's employment contract. She deserves every penny. Thank you.
Good evening. You can hear me okay? Sorry. I have to move this because I'm short. Mayor, council members, I'm Susan DiGennaro, candidate for town council and 7-year resident. I regularly come to council meetings, and part of that is prepping by reading the agenda, reading the staff reports. And goodness, some of them are long, but well worth it. This one is just missing a little something I wanted to address. Each of the salary increases has a text that says why and what the raise is that is before the council. There is text about the town prosecutor and the presiding judge that they are under contracts and are contractually due the same 3.8 increase given to the staff. There is information about trying to standardize the town manager's salary, and I suspect, as Shelby pointed out, it's to try to stop her from shopping elsewhere. I applaud this. There's even information about the goal of standardizing the timing of these contracts to standardize the review process and increase the efficiency for the council, which again, I applaud. But there's no information in the actual staff report about the town attorney increase over the 3.3 CPI. I am not suggesting that the town attorney doesn't deserve a raise. I don't know. There was no information in there. The difference that we are talking about is a $7,000 a year raise versus a $24,000 a year raise, an additional $16,000 a year's increase. So of course I went looking for support for this because I wanted to find it, and I couldn't. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the council is on record as saying that they want to save money, they want to pinch pennies. The last attorney left being paid $234,000, and now you're looking at an increase of additional $6,000 on top of that. And to quote a Republican Senator, Durkin of Illinois, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, pretty soon you're talking about real money. Well, we don't have $1 billion, and we need to watch every dollar. So all I'm asking is some justification as to why it's above the 3.3%, or just stick with the 3.3%. Lastly, the only thing, I don't know if you're all aware of this, but we ran out of comment cards before the meeting started, and the meeting started early, so I'm not sure you got comments from everybody, and I know that you all want to hear from the town, so thank you.
Larry Myers, Beth Culp, and Dave Long.
Mayor, Council, Larry Myers, and the next time you meet, it will be 45 years. So I'd like to see these all separated out as well, one by one. I couldn't even speak to the judge and the prosecutor. I don't know how many people they judge and how many people they prosecute, so that's your business. What I will speak to is the town manager, who's done a fine job stepping in from somebody who was not doing such a fine job, who resigned, thank goodness, and the town attorney who resigned, wasn't fired. So the other residents stated all of the misgivings of Mr. Aronson on his way to the exit door. It wasn't mentioned the 5G, which he told us we'd be sued on that we're working on now. And then he hid the third-party attorney's work from not only the residents, but his own Planning and Zoning Commission. So where do you go from the bottom? Well, you only go up. So let's review the numbers so we're not blurting out falsehoods. Mr. Aronson left at $234K a year. He was due a raise, had he been here, to $240 by his contract. The current town attorney came in at $218,000 a year, saving the town 7.16%, $16K for the first year. So by raising her to where Mr. Aronson would be demanding to be via his contract at $240, she's actually getting a 10% raise. That's what she's getting, 10%. And she saved us 7.16% in the first year of her tenure. So along with that, it appears with all the normal work that she does, she may be overworked and underpaid. I don't know how many hours she puts in, but I do know there's an inordinate amount of FOIAs now with the left lawfare, the lawsuits, the notice of claims, the AG complaint filings. And so all of that stuff, which never existed for Mr. Aronson, because there was a different administration sitting on the dais back then. And we don't do that stuff, except when it's absolutely representing the people, all of the people. So I would say, separating them all out, it's your business. The town manager seems to be deserving of a raise. It's in her contract. Judge and prosecutor, couldn't speak to them. Town attorney, I think, has done a fine job handling all of this. And for the amount of the raise, doesn't seem even abnormal to me, since she came in and saved the town money in the first year of her tenure. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Approve at will.
Beth Culp and then Dave Long.
This discussion has been very illuminating because I think it really puts us where we are right now, where we are so polarized, and it's the left this, and it's lawfare there, this, and it's reinventing history about, there were so many ethics complaints filed against Brenda and Ginny and Peggy that it was incredible. Now, I want to talk just real frankly about this whole issue with our town attorney. First of all, she came in inexperienced. She did not, Erin Arnson had at least a decade's worth of experience in municipal law. She had zero. She had zero. In the time that she has been here, I feel like you're blaming the victim when we file lawsuits and open meeting complaints because open meeting laws have been violated. Clearly, they have been violated. Now, are they very slow in getting the resolutions to us? Yes. Does it take a long time for notices of claim to turn into lawsuits? Yes. But the fact is that there is no question that ultimately it will be determined that there have been open meeting law violations time after time. Civil rights were violated when the whole group was evicted from the town hall. The new rules of procedure are rife with unconstitutional provisions. And most recently, Jennifer Wright did, I think, the most egregious thing that I have ever seen a town attorney do. She sent a private citizen a cease and desist letter for having on her Facebook page maybe a 1/10 of an inch, a 1/4 of an inch. If you look closely, you might see Brenda's supposedly infringing logo. That is protected political speech. Not only was it not a violation of the Lanham Act, she's not a competitor, she wasn't a candidate, she wasn't offering anything for sale, and she was sent a cease and desist letter. She has an absolute constitutional right to put candidate signs up, and that is not an infringement. So, increase in open meeting law complaints. Increase in lawsuits. She was right in the middle of the $9.25 million notice of claim that the developer had. She was accused of getting involved in secret meetings, and I have to look, as a lawyer, I looked at that and I thought, what was she thinking? She is inexperienced. She is very, very politically aligned with the majority on this council and the majority who are speaking in favor. All you have to do is go look at her X page. And more importantly, recently, and I think this is an abomination, she wrote a letter for our mayor that was sent to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors that supported Justin Heap's battle against the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. And it's full of misinformation. And I don't think anybody on this council even knew that Mayor Friedel wrote that letter. Anybody know? This is another open meetings law violation, and it's going to show up. And if you want to call that lawfare, I call it trying to enforce our rights and our laws.
Next speaker.
Motion to approve is drafted.
Second.
What's the motion, please?
A motion to approve as drafted.
We talked before that I was going to make motions, and I would like the opportunity to make those motions.
You can ask him to amend the motion, or you can ask him to remove the
I think he's doing
motion.
it on purpose. which is a misuse.
These are the Robert's Rules of Order, ma'am.
We don't follow Robert's Rules of Order.
It's-
We follow our own rules of order, the state and the state legislatures. And Robert's Rules comes like fourth or something.
It's in the
It's even in your
parliamentary
writing.
procedure. It's also in the
It's even in
parliamentary.
documents that you sent to us.
We have to deal with the motions on the table, but I think they're allowed for discussion.
Well, then, is it time for discussion? Mayor? Thank you. I would like the opportunity to speak, please. Thank you very much. I would like these items separated, but I sincerely doubt that Councilmember Skillicorn will be gracious enough to do that, even though he talks some about the prosecutor and the judge. Because if they're together, then we're forced to vote one way or another. So I can vote no for everybody if I disagree with one person getting a raise, or we can separate them. So are you willing to amend or no? See, I knew you'd do that, because it's typical. I support the raises for the people that have earned them. I don't believe that the law firm, based on my experience and my interactions and the work product and what I've seen, I don't believe that the Lesotho law firm deserves an 11.6% raise, or a raise period. I haven't seen the evidence after more than a year of service. I haven't seen sufficient progress in knowledge of municipal law. She put on the agenda to take away your right to talk, call to the public, change the ethics rules. So now, instead of filing ethics complaints against us and holding us accountable, we're now seeing a plethora of lawsuits. That's the only way you can hold us accountable. And that's costing the town literally thousands of dollars. I just cannot support, without going into more detail, in addition to what Beth and Linda and a couple other people have said, I don't support a raise, and I don't think it's deserved. Aaron Arnson never asked for a raise, and he wasn't going to ask for a raise. So accordingly, my vote, I want it to reflect that I don't support her raise.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to thank the Vice Mayor for putting together the reviews. It is a step that unfortunately, previous councils didn't do. So really, that initiative is really appreciated and is important. And it's really good feedback for everyone involved to actually have something to go to. Now, specifically, I'm going to talk about the prosecutor and the judge. And sadly, I get a lot of messages from my constituents, and it really sounds like Fountain Hills is developing this reputation of being really soft on crime. And what it really specifically comes to is I get numerous complaints about vagrancy and violations of our urban camping ordinance. And we revamped our urban camping ordinance a few years ago, and I want to say that I don't remember if it passed unanimously, but there's a second one that did not pass. It failed 3-4. And some of the people of this dais voted for it, and some of the people of the dais voted against it. But the sad thing is that even the one that's on the books is not being enforced. When I look into the records of proceedings, I'm seeing that we have individuals with dozens and dozens of complaints, and they're serious complaints, including assaulting sheriff deputies. And they are not being enforced. And this is a serious concern. I mean, I've got residents that complain about this, and residents send me messages about homeless people yelling and berating them. Well, if I was the attorney, or not the prosecutor and the judge, that is not a work product that I would be proud of. I get messages from my constituents of homeless people running around naked on public property. If I was the prosecutor or judge, that would not be a work product that I would be proud of. I get messages from constituents with human feces on the street from homeless people. If I was the prosecutor and judge, that is not a work product that I would be proud of. And if I could vote to leave those, get rid of those people, I would. But this is all tied together.
Time.
So if I'm sorry. Well, you should tell me I was over time.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to set the record straight that when Aaron started with our town, it was 180,000 for that first year, not 234. So after 11 months of being with us, the council voted to increase his monthly pay $4,500. That's more than double what we're asking for here. Also, I would like to ask our town attorney about your municipal experience. Chair, may I ask her that?
You may.
Yes, so I have previously worked for the Rose Law Group, I've worked for the Institute for Justice, I've worked for the Goldwater Institute, all which specialize in municipal law. And also, my elections law experience is includes municipal law.
Thank you for that correction. That was a mistake before. And then also, maybe I'm not remembering this correctly, but I believe we dealt with the ethics complaint when Aaron was here, because there was a complaint against Peggy and Brenda, and we undid some others, and didn't we do away with the ethics complaints under Aaron? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to keep it under 2 minutes. Yeah, I just think, once again, what we're all seeing here tonight is bad government and bad public policy being set. We have a number of employees that we would give raises to. In this case, it's one size fits all. There's 4 people. It's not just cost of living raises. If they were, that would be a pretty easy decision. I'd say, sure, give them all cost of living raises. That would be no problem to me. But I want to give Rachel her raise. I don't want to give Jen her raise. And it's for a very simple reason. My concern is that the proposal to raise the town attorney's compensation is just too soon. She hasn't even been with us for a year. Unlike the previous firm, that we had a consistent 6-year term, and we had no raises, and it was a 6-year term, flat fee contract, and this served us very well. This firm has been, like I said, under us for a year. This council should be prudent and maintain the original terms. They filled out the RFP, they looked at the workload, they knew what they were getting into, and within a year, now they're all of a sudden saying that we're not getting paid enough money, and they're going to get more than had we kept the original attorney. This part of this was sold as cost savings, like Larry Meyer said. Well, within less than a year, there's no cost savings. It's going to be more expensive. This council should aim for long-term stability and fair treatment, but this is too soon. And lastly, in my 30 seconds that I'd like to give, is I've received a number of cards, comments, emails, and they say the same thing that Ms. DeGennaro said. You know, everything else in the contract package, there were reasons and justifications for why we're doing what we're doing. With the town attorney, it was just, let's just give her more money. Let's give the Lesotho law firm more money. There was no justification. Let's just give them more money. I don't know why we have to give them more money. They applied for the job. They have the job. They're doing the job. I think it's too early for a raise. You know, we're talking about roads first and fixing the roads. Why don't we pinch pennies here and just say, you know, stick to your original contract terms. If it's unsatisfactory, then, you know, you can go elsewhere, and we'll put another RFP out.
Time, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe I imagined it, but we went through extensive review, number of hours, analyzing the data that was relevant to the town attorney, the town prosecutor, the town manager, and the town attorney. So maybe it wasn't in the same meeting, but the validation we looked at, we went through it indeed. Clearly, we didn't share enough of it with you, but that doesn't mean it isn't justified. And how we can approve one significant raise for the town manager that exceeds the 3.3% CPI, and complain about a different rate for the town attorney makes no sense to me. You're talking out of both sides. Makes no sense whatsoever. So we go all the way back to the way back when we asked for quotes from a variety of legal firms. These were some of the most cost competitive rates that we started with a basis of the hours that Pierce Coleman provided that turned out to be erroneous. They were incomplete. They didn't keep good records of what they were doing. Maybe they should have. So initially I was against the raises. I'm now in support of the raises because sometimes you have to make it market justifications, market adjustments in order to get the quality of work that you want to get done, the order of magnitude that you want to get the work done. So now I'm for it, and that's where my vote's going to be.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Watts made a good point about, maybe we didn't communicate with the public, but I do point out because of, Arizona law, we are not allowed to have discussions about employment matters in an open meeting. They have to be an executive session. And this was discussed, and these were debated, and this, spending more money, but we're, pressing nickels together and trying to save everything we can. That's something that we discussed. And unfortunately, the public's not privy to that information, but that is not the fault of anyone at the dais. That's, it's typically employment matters are a private thing until we have to vote on them. And that's just why, just the fact that it is. I don't think that there was anything to raise salaries or anything like that. It was just something that had to be discussed in executive session because of law. And I just want to point that out. And I think that our employees and the people working for us present a value. And, frankly, not only should this be a great place to work, but the people should be fairly compensated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's funny that all of a sudden we found consensus tonight, and I'm just thrilled about that. But it seems like everybody up here, at least a couple of the players have said that we didn't do a good job and we weren't transparent. And we would have done better to communicate with the people in this town, the people that are paying these salaries, why this was warranted. And so there's a really simple, easy fix to this. Let's vote on 3. Let's vote on the judge, the prosecutor, and the town manager. And let's bump the vote for the town attorney off to the first session in the fall. There's no harm done. We can put a new package together and we can tell you, the people, why this is warranted. And then you can decide, and then we can have another council. We can have another session. We can have another call to the public, and we can determine was the salary for the town attorney warranted or not. And so it seems to me that since many of the players here said that this was not done transparently, let's just fix it tonight and let's vote on 3, and then let's put the other one off and get more. Let's dig into it and get more information as why this is justified.
Sorry to have to repeat myself, but some people apparently don't hear what I said earlier. The first attorney, Aaron Arnson, was here for 11 months when we raised him $4,500 a month from $180,000 to $234,000. So yes, there was a raise. And if any of you didn't hear that or want to know the facts on that, our CFO verified that for me. Or you can FOIA that to know that is the truth. He did get a raise, and it was quite a significant raise. And our attorney this attorney now will be here for a year in 15 days. So saying she hasn't been here a year, that's kind of baloney, and the raise will happen when she's here a year.
I think everybody's had a chance to weigh in, so I'm going to weigh in now too. I don't think it's bad public policy or bad procedure. I think we're sitting here today because of what happened with the former attorney, and there's a couple of council members on this dais right now that drove him literally out of this town. He resigned, he wasn't fired, and that's the result. We're dealing with that right now. And when the RFP was done for a new attorney, I don't think that it was included in that job description was 125 FOIA requests and dozens of lawsuits and notice of claim. That takes a lot of extra work, a lot of extra time, a lot of extra preparation. I'm also going to repeat something that I said at the Mayor's Forum. This town is one of the most efficient towns in the East Valley. And you want to know why? It's because of the joint work between our finance team, our town manager, and our town attorney. Our town attorney now has uncovered stuff on certain projects in this town, and everybody sitting up here on this dais knows what I'm talking about. So to say she's not qualified and she hasn't done her job is a big, big misnomer. And you can shake your head all you want, it's the truth. So I'm in favor of this. There's a motion and a second on the table right now. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Mayor, can you confirm for me who was the second? Vice Mayor. Thank you. Councilmember McMahon.
I vote for Rachel's, I vote for the prosecutors and the judges, and I don't vote for the town attorneys. And since they're bunched together, I have to say yes.
Councilmember Watts.
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Nay.
Councilmember Larrabee.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Aye.
And Mayor Fidel.
Aye.
I'm going to change my vote to nay. Thank you.
Mayor 5-2.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, will you turn your mic off? Thank you. Peggy, will you turn your mic off? Peggy, turn your mic off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number B, consideration and possible action regarding the proposed energy savings capital project for parking, shade structure, and solar panels for Town Hall campus. Rachel?
Mayor, thank you. This is an unusual item tonight, but this item's brought because staff have been evaluating options to reduce long-term utility costs for town facilities and to provide greater predictability as energy costs continue to increase. The proposed project would install solar-covered parking structures on the Civic campus and is structured through a guaranteed energy savings agreement. Tonight's presentation will focus on the project scope, the financial structure, the guaranteed savings component, and the available federal rebate opportunity. Because the rebate opportunity is time-sensitive, staff is bringing this item forward now so that council can determine whether if it wishes to authorize the project and preserve the town's eligibility for that savings. I sent out sort of a preview of that late last week. Representatives from Verigy, including Elise Neal and Dee Smith, are here this evening to present the proposal, answer council questions, and we also have staff available to provide additional information as needed. With that, I'm going to ask Elise to take it away.
Thank you, Manager Goodwin, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Elise Neal, and on behalf of Verigy, we're very happy to be here tonight to present this project to you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Dee Smith. We're also joined with our developer, Rob Coy, for tonight. Yeah, we just thank you very much for being here. We also just wanted to say how much of a pleasure it was to work with Town Manager Goodwin, your CFO. We work with facilities, parks, and your maintenance team. And we just really appreciate the opportunity to get us here this evening to present this. So with that, this evening, we are coming to you as current partners to the town of Fountain Hills, seeking approval for the town's dual-purpose solar carport project located here at Town Hill and the community center. This project would save the town $5.2 million over the next 35 years. It provides 128 covered parking spots in the parking lot, and also offsets 64% of the town utilities. So I know we've also had some council members bring up they're looking for long-term budget stabilization, and this project here offers the ability to do just that.
Could you repeat that figure? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. The last one you said?
5.2 million, 128 parking spots, 64% utility offset. Thank you. And yes, as Manager Goodwin said, your approval is necessary to meet critical timelines for the town to receive a 40% direct pay rebate, which would equal just over $956,000 to the project. So we'll talk a little bit about the problem, why this project works for you folks, why Vergy, and then why now. As we all are aware, rising utility costs are a problem around the state, around the nation. The town of Fountain Hills currently spends about $193,000 annually on your utility spends. And the chart that you're seeing here is just a conservative 4.5% escalation rate. So by the year 2040, high possibility you guys can pay over $370,000 in utilities.
Thank you, Dee. Yeah, thanks for that. Additionally, this project is fundamentally a budget and infrastructure item, not just solar. I just want to make that very clear. It also reduces and stabilizes your cost, improves your budget predictability, and it also leverages the federal tax investment incentives that are currently available to you. As Dee mentioned, it does provide covered parking for Fountain Hills residents, your visitors at the town hall, also at the community center, and at the public library. And so your action here tonight is really about advancing a project that lowers operating costs while maximizing the current available federal incentives. So the path to savings and where we've been. So as Dee mentioned, we did meet with Manager Goodwin and your CFO and other individuals. We started a preliminary energy audit back in February. From there, we moved into an investment grade audit, and here we're now asking for your approval for the contract to move forward into the design. If we do get approval tonight, the project moves into design immediately, and we continue that through April of 2027. We will start construction in April of 2027, and then we should be complete by August of 2027. The project will continue to bring savings to the town over the course of 35 years, and that will be guaranteed savings to the town. A little bit about the project. Dee mentioned a couple of highlighted points. Just want to also make sure that you all understand that we have designed this project. We have not over-designed or under-designed based on the town's data that we received from your utility. We're also taking into consideration 2 interconnection points. We've also taken into consideration ADA requirements. Overall, it's a 597 kilowatt project, again, tying into the town hall and into the community center. We have 128 covered parking spaces, 64% energy offset, and you're going to receive $956,000. That is from the direct incentive from the IRA. That is tax law, and so it's currently in effect right now, but it is going to expire, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. We also mentioned that this is a lifetime savings of $5,263,296. This is just a larger overview of the project, and as you can see, it's a tremendous amount of covered parking. It is on a 10-degree tilt, so it should avoid any glare should that be a problem. Yes, yes.
If you don't mind, I have a
Councilmember.
question, since the slide is up. And it shows the parking structure, but there's a portion in the bottom right-hand corner that isn't going to be covered. Is there a reason for that, please?
Yes, Council Member McMahon. Is that you're talking about over to the right where the library? Oh, the ADA, yes. Yes, so the reason that we are avoiding that area, it's not very cost effective to design. You'd have to really wrap the steel. Also, the 2 points of interconnection are at different sides. But we have taken into account for the ADA parking that is required. So that will be compliant. You're welcome.
Can I ask something, because we're looking at those right now, like she did? The first time I saw this photo, I didn't see that many parking spaces, but I was told, unless I need to be corrected here, in the campus parking is 349 spaces, but you're talking about 128. So what am I missing here? So that would have been 221 that are not that are uncovered, but what are we not covering?
You have your other side that goes down towards the library and Dark Skies building. And then also to the north there where the police vehicles park, there's no covered parking
So that's
there
part
as
of what the
well.
campus was before, okay. Is there any plan to eventually cover everywhere? If that's not a question to you.
No, thank you, council member. Right now, the answer is no. Part of the reason is because we are sizing this to your energy capacity. So we want to make sure that it's not oversized or undersized. So right now, your current energy capacity is warranting this design.
Keep going? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Good here?
Yeah.
So if you guys do nothing, don't pass this, your utility expenditure will stay the same. Your money is going to go to the utility company. Partnering with Verigy in this partnership here, you guys will see the utility usage drop, and again, the 64% energy offset by installing the solar. The total project cost for this project is $2,390,900 with a potential rebate of $956,384. Starting in year one, Verigy is guaranteeing a minimum savings of $81,989. That will grow as utilities continue to grow, but that's our first guaranteed year is about $82,000. As Elise said, over the 35-year lifetime expectancy of this solution, you guys should see $5,263,296 saved with an ROI of 15 years on the capital investment there.
So again, we just want to be transparent about the ROI. This is the capital investment for this. We understand that there are additional lifetime costs associated. That would be some of the maintenance and also, additional costs. So that could bring the ROI to about 17 years, but the capital investment, what we're bringing tonight, is 15 years.
Okay, so why partner with Verigy? Like I said, we are a local to Arizona here. We were founded in Arizona. We are the largest energy services company in Arizona, and we do 90% of our work in-house. That's what makes us different than our competitors in this world is we are one point of contact to you on all the praise. If there's anything negative, there's one point of contact to the town. We are like I said, current partners with the town of Fountain Hills. You guys have beautiful gold medal winning parks. We have been able to partner on the relights for those, installing the Musco at your Golden Eagle Park, at the Desert Vista Skate Park and Mini Pitch. We also currently hold a service agreement through our workmanship. Your facilities team thought we did a good enough job that we signed a service agreement as current partners. And we're also great community partners as well. In 2022, we co-sponsored the Parks and Rec trade show social event at your Desert Vista Park with Musco.
Thank you. We're also working for other municipalities across the state and actually across the country. We really like bringing this type of project, this cost savings, to help you become stewards of your taxpayers' dollars. We've worked with the smaller municipalities since the beginning of our company 35 years ago. We also have some of the bigger ones. We're working with City of Phoenix, Pima County, but as you can see, we are working with City of Coolidge, City of Eloy. We're also working with the Arizona Department of Emergency Affairs across all of their projects across the state. Okay, so there was a question about what is performance-based contracting, and I know most of you probably have heard the term design build, design bid build. This is design build. The difference is there are no change orders, and there will be no engineer, there's all the engineering is upfront. Yes, there's no value engineering in this project. It is backed by Arizona Revised Statutes, Title 455. And again, it's design build. The great thing about it is that there is a savings component, and that savings is guaranteed by Verigy. Should we not produce the energy that we say in the contract, then we actually have to write you a check for whatever that difference is. And so why now? So as you all know, there is an investment tax credit that's going to expire on July 4th of 2026. And so time is of the essence to get the contract signed. This is tax law, it's federal law. If we do nothing, you're still paying the money back to your utility. If you take advantage of this project and you take advantage of the tax credit, you get almost $1 million back to help fund the project. There are a couple of things that really make this tax investment, I think, good for the country. Some of that is the fiat compliancy and the domestic content. So we will be required to make sure that all of the materials and that it's manufactured in the United States for this project.
We have some questions now, so we'll queue it up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear that the lifetime is supposed to be 35 years. What's the warranty?
Is it 30 years? 30? Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Skillicorn, we had a 30-year warranty on the solar panels, the production for the solar panels.
And Mr. Mayor, what about the electronics? Like if there's a lightning strike and one of the VFDs pops, what's the warranty for what's inside the electrical panel?
We do a 2-year workmanship warranty that would cover. As far as anything else coverage, Rob, inverters. Council members, we're going to bring up our developer, Rob Coy, for this here. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman, yeah, something like a lightning strike would be an act of God. No warranty would cover that, just to be quite frank.
And Mr. Mayor, what is our current cost per kilowatt for electricity?
$4 $4 per watt is what the cost of the solar is. Your current cost per kilowatt is around 11 cents.
Yeah, that's a pretty big difference there. So, Mr. Mayor, just doing a little bit of math here. I don't know if the CFO still. Here's CFO. If he wouldn't mind shout what he gets as a return on investment for funds.
Mayor, council member, what was the question?
For funds that you're not using, what kind of return on investment do you get on an annual basis?
Yes, Mayor, council member Skillicorn, right now we're blended about 3.8 to 4% if you were using that as a discount rate.
If you don't mind, I'll use 4.
And while I'm up here, Kevin says I love the mic. I do want to clarify one thing. The number that they presented in the beginning, the 193,000, that's just for the town hall campus, the community center, town hall, and the library. Around 200,000. That's that amount. We actually pay about $480,000 as a town in total for electricity at this point. So that was just one clarification I wanted to make sure that was clear.
Mr. Mayor, what was that? And Paul, was it 480,000 a year?
Yes, fiscal year 25, we spent 481,000.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Mayor, when I see there is one of the projections is save $81,000 a year for the first year. Well, when I look at this total outlay of $2.3, $90, and $900, almost $2.4 million, just quickly looking at 4% return, 15 years, that's $4.3 million. And, that is more than we spend on electricity over those years, and it's more than the potential savings. If we just invested this money, we'd be better off. I mean, this is more expensive than the electricity. The electricity is so inexpensive that this isn't efficient for the town. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The math doesn't add up. And frankly, and that's only 15 years. If we go, well, 30 years, this is gonna be triple that. I don't see the value to this. So we're gonna spend more money. Now, if you wanna spend more money on covered parking, they have that discussion, right? But if we're gonna have covered parking, why don't we have covered parking on the Avenue Fountains so that retail shoppers can use it? I just don't see the math here. I mean, when you look at what it would cost to do with the opportunity cost, it costs significantly more than the cost of electricity.
When I look at this, I see this. I see covered parking, almost $1 million rebate. The $1 million to me covers the solar panels, and we still have covered parking that'll last for, I don't know, 50 years, 75 years. If you look at APS right now, they're looking for a 16% increase. If you look at EPCOR, 17% increase. Their 4.5% that they're building in, I think is really low. I don't see these rates staying that low. There's a big vacuum right now sucking up energy. You've got data centers working all over. You've got, we've been talking with CAP and the water up at Lake Powell. That energy is going to be missing as well because there's no water to produce it. So I think these are very conservative estimates. I see this as $2.3, $2.4 million, $1 million rebate back. Those are the real numbers that I look at. And then we've got covered parking that people can still use and still go to the art fairs. So that's how I look at it. So I understand your numbers, but I think if we're being realistic about the numbers, we have to look at what the percentages really are going to be. And I know that they built in 4.5%. Is that what your guarantee is based on?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah.
And SRP in the last 4 years has averaged 5.15% increase if you take just the last 4 years alone.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll let somebody else.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do believe it's going to save us a lot of money. I think it's necessary, especially given what's coming up with the increases in costs for energy, et cetera. But I do have a question, if you don't mind. Maybe you can help me understand this better. Under the long-term operational considerations, it's about $4,500 a year. So what you guys do is you go in and check each of the solar panels to make sure that they're producing what you're saying that they're going to produce, the savings, et cetera. If there's maintenance or anything required on them, do you perform the maintenance? Does somebody else? I mean, how does that work? Or is this just a contract to come back in and make sure that they're producing what you promised they produce?
Sorry, yeah, I'll go ahead and take that one, Mr. Mayor, Council Member. So we do include a 2-year O&M agreement with this. So for the 2 years after permission to operate, we would service that annually, do thorough inspections, thorough calculations on it, make sure everything's still torqued. We also provide M&V, measurement and verification, throughout the term of the contract, which would be 15 years is what we're guaranteeing the term for. So with that, we put light level on it. It's a real-time energy monitoring software. So it gives alerts if anything were to happen. We monitor that daily. We have a team that monitors that throughout the United States. Mm-hmm.
Used to it. My questions are more technical, but I'm going to start with one. You mentioned IRA. Is it IRS that we're getting the tax refund from, not IRA?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
My mistake. Yes, Inflation Reduction Act.
Right, that's
is,
different.
Yes, from the IRS, sir. Yes,
Okay.
Councilmember Watts.
And we pay how much in taxes a year, roughly? Where's Paul?
So Mayor, council member, this particular rebate from the federal government, it doesn't require you to pay federal income taxes or anything like that. So even though the town is...
It was a loaded question because
okay,
we don't pay
well,
taxes, right?
Yes, that's where I was going.
Okay, so I want to make sure the requirement was that we it wasn't a requirement that we had to pay taxes because municipalities don't pay taxes.
Exactly.
And the IRS is really where we get the money. Is the reason that you're free to go.
Okay.
Thanks. Don't go far. Yeah, don't go far. Yeah. Is the reason you picked 64% as your design limits because we don't have a program with SRP, much like residential does, for a buyback?
Yes. Yeah, so the buyback with SRP is only 2.7 cents when you sell back to SRP. So it's peanuts compared to APS, where APS, we could size it a little bit bigger, you can get a one-for-one credit. We're also sizing it based off the utility usage. We know there's a LED project coming here that you guys are looking at, new air handlers over at the community center. So we take all that into account because we don't want to just build the biggest system that supports what it is now when you go do some more energy conservation measures, and then it's oversized, and then it becomes a diminished return on investment.
But you have the same thing in the panels. The panel, you said 15 years on your guarantee on the panel, but performance for the panel starts falling off year 2 and continues to degrade at 1%, 2%, 3% per year until end of life.
Yeah, 0.55% on these panels.
Okay, and they have a 25-year life or they have a 30-year life?
They have a 25-year production warranty on them.
That to 80%? Is that where you're going to get to the,
Yep.
at 25 years?
Yep.
80% capacity? Right.
Yes, sir.
The selection of the angle of the panels, that I guess is what you've calculated to maximize. I'm not as concerned about reflection as I am about maximizing efficiency of the panels. Is that correct as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and is there a reason we're using covered parking instead of a much costlier product, putting it on rooftops with flats?
Typically, most people are liking the solar panels for the community and everything else. A lot of times when we're putting it on the roof, that could also void roof warranties.
We don't have a problem with that because it leaks like a sieve.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin.
So that is a reason a lot of commercial and municipalities like to avoid anything on their rooftops.
Okay. Is the system expandable? Should we want to add more panels at some time?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. The inverters are, and the panels, I mean, we can always put more panels up, but as long as
Yeah,
you...
more panels, but you'd have to accompany it with another inverter, depending on the number of panels.
Gotcha. I think that does it for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. As Rick's the technical guy, I'm the numbers gal. So I have some questions which Paul is aware of because I did share these with him beforehand, so no surprises here. Except you said something before that I didn't have in here. You said we only spend about $200,000 on electricity for the town hall area, 400 and something, but that's throughout the community. So we're just talking about savings on the 200,000. Is that, did I not understand that?
For this area.
Yeah, so mayor, vice mayor, yeah, that's the idea, is the proposed project considered the town hall campus and the best use and the best project for the town hall campus. So the savings would be experienced town-wide, but really it would impact those meters. So I did include a breakdown of expenditures in your packet. So I haven't really thought through this, kind of on the
Okay.
spot, but that would impact the meters in question, which would be the town hall, community center meter, and the library museum building. You would see a reduction. Actually, one good example that I'm somewhat familiar with is the Golden Eagle Park, and Dee had mentioned that they helped us retrofit new LED lighting at that park. You kind of, I mean, when I look at numbers, I kind of see that there's a correlation because our expenditures reduced from, in fiscal year 23 at Golden Eagle Park, from 30,600 to about 22,500 the next year, even though that year our overall town electricity went up quite a bit from about 415,000 to 476,000. So there is some evidence that some of the energy efficiency measures that Vergy has helped us with have helped the town from a cost perspective.
Okay. So following up with what I shared with you earlier, I'd like to go over those numbers. The project contract is $2,390,900.
Yes.
The guaranteed electric savings for 15 years, but then I heard today maybe 17 years, was $1,604,173. Correct?
Yes.
So that leaves us at a net cost or energy savings over the 15 years minus this, never mind, I'll forget that one. The other thing that's not calculated in here is going to be the insurance, because we're going to be doing an increased insurance, and over the period of 15 years, that adds $67,500.
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Okay, and then the measures and verification is on a sliding scale. It starts out at almost 4,500, but by year 15, it's 7,211, correct?
Yes.
So that's a total of 86,490 that we will be paying Verigy to verify their own guaranteed savings. That seems like a conflict of interest to me. Then the panel cleaning, that's included in the first 2 years. But year 3 to 15, when we talked, that's a $14,000 per year cleaning. That's a $182,000. Then the rebate application. I didn't have that in there before, but we talked. We're talking about spending $12,000 to get help with that rebate application. So we add $12,000 to that. So then if we add all that, that's extra expenses. So if we do not get the rebate, which is not guaranteed, nobody's telling us here that's guaranteed. So if we do not get the guaranteed, or if we do not get the rebate, in 15 years, it will cost us $1,134,717, even though we saved on it in electricity. If we do get the rebate of $956,360, we are out a cost of $178,357. So there's really no savings over the 15 years. Maybe it's 17 years. So then that's the, what do you call it, the rate of return, right? So
ROI, yes.
Return of investment. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at not saving anything for 15 to 17 years. So then my other question is going to be, we're going to borrow this money, right? Or do we have the $202,390,000? Do we have it? Or are we going to borrow it? And then there's going to be expense on the borrowing it. So this doesn't seem, numbers-wise, doesn't work for me. Did I say anything wrong there?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, you're pretty on point with your numbers. We did discuss them. I would like to add a couple clarifications. Like, for example, the measurement and verification fee, that is elective. We could choose, if we are achieving the savings every year and they do that measurement, we want to do that measurement at least for a few years to make sure we're exceeding what they projected. That is something we could decide to remove, so that's just a caveat to that. As far as borrowing money, we have the sufficient funding in our capital. That was one of the options that was initially discussed as potential, but that would actually reduce the rebate ability. Like, the rebate would go down if we were to choose that option. So because we have sufficient funding in the capital projects fund, this proposed project would use the capital projects existing fund balance and budget. But for the most part, yes, what you stated is correct. The numbers we went over, they are correct. So the whole idea, I know from Verigy's perspective, is that once that point hits where we hit that ROI in 15 to 17, maybe it's 18 years, that's when the town will benefit financially.
If we opt out of the M&V or the verification, then they won't guarantee us.
You're right, absolutely.
So then we wouldn't get the check for if we didn't actually get the savings. But we still will have expenses, the insurance, the cleaning, whatever, insurance, cleaning, other items on that after the year 15, 16, 17, what we're talking about, it keeps growing. Because when I first heard about it, it was an 8-year thing. Mm-hmm. So my thoughts are going down on this. So if we have a warranty on it, so you say it loses efficiency over each year. So there's a warranty. Is it 100% replacement, or is there going to be a big deductible? Is there a warranty on the covered parking as well? The steel covered parking?
On the structure?
The structure, thank you.
That would be a 2-year warranty for the workmanship warranty.
Okay, so we look like we could have expense there. So again, can you tell me if we have a warranty up to, you said 25 years, someone else said 30 years, but now it's actually 25 years. So is that 100% or do we have a deductible?
No,
Is it prorated? Is the warranty maybe only 50% at 20 years?
It's warranty on the production of it, of the modules.
Okay, explain that to me. So it will cost us money. You produce it, but we would still, if we had a problem with a panel, we would have an outlay of more money then. What am I understanding?
Yes, after the initial warranty period, the panels itself have a 12-year warranty warranty. That covers 100%. If something was defective or a panel failed, they would replace that. We would replace that for the 12 years that warranty's in.
So we're only at 12 years with the warranty.
Yeah. For
What's
an actual
between 12 and
product
25
warranty.
years then? Just the production, but
The
we still pay.
production.
So what does a panel cost from year 12 to 25?
What's that? I'm sorry?
What would the panel cost after the 12 years then? I'm sorry if it's a trick question, but it's probably not cheap.
Yeah, no, I mean, a panel is probably $400 to $500 to install it. So,
If they're only, and you're charging us $2,390,000 if they're only $400 to $500.
you have
The numbers now I'm like spinning here with these numbers.
You have the construction, you have the steel, you have all the
Okay.
underground, the wiring, the electric runs, the meters, the new tie-ins to the SESs. There's a lot more to it than just the panels.
Sure, okay. Okay, but we would pay, you say production, we'd pay for the panel, we'd pay for the labor to install one after the 12 years.
Correct.
So it's not really a warranty coverage for the 25 years, 100%. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Very impressive. I know Verity works with a lot of larger municipalities, a lot of larger jobs, and this is a pretty small job for you, but I think it's going to bring a lot of benefit to Fountain Hills. My question, the first one would be to the town manager, which was on the since the staff is recommending this, did you calculate the likelihood of getting the rebate and your recommendation for this project? Sure.
Thank you for the question. So to be fair, they showed a timeline of how long we've been working on this, and we have pulled a lot of staff and resources together to see if this is really the right fit for us. It went through quite a dogged review multiple times, even through legal, to make sure that we had a sound footing to bring this forward tonight if it made sense. Part of that was the rebate, because of course, that is really the driving piece of tonight's conversation, is that 40% rebate. We knew that there were qualifications. We wanted to ensure that. Paul really spearheaded that research and worked with both Dee and Elise to get verifications, all of the verifications we needed through the manufacturers, as well as worked with an outside consultant to review the language and to ensure that we were reading it, interpreting it, and applying it correctly. So while there is no guarantee, I want to make that very clear. There is no guarantee that the rebate will apply. We are about as confident as possible until we actually apply for it, because it is federal. It does have, it does have some language, but we have done every piece of due diligence that we can, short of actually submitting for it, to confirm that we are eligible for it.
Can I ask you a question on that quick?
Of course.
Excuse me. No rebate, no project. Is that safe to say?
I would think that that's really the key factor in this.
Yeah.
But I would refer to both Dee and Elise and Vergy as to the guidance there. That's really what's the key, the key supporter for us.
That's a big driver.
Mm-hmm. So.
Can you answer that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The investment tax credit that we are going to help you achieve is federal law. Vergy has been working with multiple municipalities and school districts across the country, all of whom have been receiving this. It's just a matter, it's a tax form. As long as we're compliant and we have everything that we need, which we've been following the guidance of tax advisors and the consultants that you all have been talking with, It's just a matter of 3 pages that you fill out. Like I said, we are seeing our clients. We've got testimonials that they are receiving that tax credit back. It is federal law right now, but it is going to sunset July 4th, and that's why we're here tonight. I also, just to remind you that regardless, you're still paying SRP, no matter what, whether you invest in this project or not, you're still taking that bucket of money to SRP. So, thank you.
Mayor, if I can confirm something too, and I want to double check, my understanding is that we don't become eligible for that rebate until the project is completed. So to say, no rebate, it's kind of the other way around. We have to complete the project in order to submit for that rebate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so, to deflect my question that went to the manager to you, what is your confidence level that we will get this rebate?
I'm highly confident, council member, that you will receive the rebate. That it's tax law.
This isn't your first rodeo.
No, it's not. Our reputation is on the balance for this, and so we would not, in good faith, tell you that this is something that we feel you would receive if we were not confident that you would.
Thank you very much. And I'd also, again, since you mentioned it, I'll mention this to you, but in your return on investment, in our package, it was stated at 15 years. And I appreciate you're saying, well, it might be 17 years because of some of the incidentals that have been brought up by other council members. And so I think you were very candid that said there are other incidentals that are tied to this. But if you take the whole thing, the big picture, and the 30,000-foot view, it'll still be a return on investment in 17 years. And this thing is going to be going hopefully for 35 years. And so once again, that's a lot of long-term savings, even if the return on investment is 2 years longer. So I just wanted to point that out, and thank you for pointing that out and just being candid enough to not go with the 15-year. The last thing I'd like to talk about, and I think we skipped over it a little bit, but I think the people in the audience and the people at home, they want to understand this guaranteed savings by law and by your company, because I've never done this myself to my home. But if I'm paying $600 a month for utilities, and that company came and said, I can guarantee it's going to be $50 a month, and if it's more than that, we'll pay for it, I think I'd do that. And I think, isn't that what you're offering us here tonight?
It is, yes, council member. It is exactly what is in the state law for the type of contracting that we're doing.
And so we're not taking this on faith. This is backed by your company and state law.
Correct.
Okay, I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
In the light level software that we install on it that monitors that, you will see the real-time KWH production. So it's not a number we're giving you. It's backed by metered. So we see it, you see it. It's complete transparency.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because once again, we've read the packet and we did the deep dive, but the people at home and the people in the audience, they might not be aware of that. And so again, we're not taking anything on faith here. This is a trust but verify, and you guys are guaranteeing you're going to deliver what you said you're going to deliver, and that's a very good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just again, punching in numbers, 11 cents a kilowatt. We're still fronting $2.4 million, even if there is a potential for rebate, which is not guaranteed. We have to front that till it's completed. So there's opportunity costs on that money, and the savings is rather limited. The warranty is not 30 years, it's not 35 years. You know, it sounds like it's, a number of years on the panel performance, but then the equipment is only 2, and one monsoon could knock out the electronics. And as someone that's spent a lot of time in the inverter and VFD industry, it happens every day. So we're on the hook. We're on the hook. There's a lot of risk to this for very little savings. And frankly, once you do the math, there isn't any savings. We're going to spend more money to save 11 cents a kilowatt. I mean, and if everything goes perfect, we're looking at that 17 to 20 years. And then we have obsolete, outdated equipment that has don't have any value. So if you're thinking about it as a shade for a parking structure, that's fine. But there just isn't any savings here. And we have to outlay the money. And there's opportunity costs to the money. If we simply put that money, into the bank, we make more money on it than the amount of money we spend on electricity. It's just really what it is. This is not a representation and good fiduciary policy for the people of Fountain Hills.
We do understand that, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Councilman. We also do want to reiterate the fact that we are seeing, since 2022, COVID, a 5.1% price increase in utilities. So it is exponentially jumping since COVID as well.
Yeah, but along those lines, you've got to have that factored into your 15 to 17 years. So you already do that. So the more we talk about the numbers, the more concerned I am about it. At the 15-year, best case scenario, 15 years, the panels in a very simple math have degraded by 7.5%. So we're down to 56% as opposed to 64%, somewhere in that area. The life of those panels being 25 years, yes, there's some upside after that 17-year period, but we don't know what that is, and we don't know what replacement costs are going to be. We don't know what, Councilman Skillicorn's point, inverters, all of the interconnections that are involved. We end up with a nice covered parking area for a few $1 million. And when you talk about the guarantee, I don't wish any ill will on Verigy, but I assume you guys have a performance bond that you guarantee the savings by way of a bond so that if you happen to go defunct, we still have the bond. Is that accurate?
Explain that again, please.
I'm not relying completely on Verigy for your guarantee. There has to be something behind Verigy in the way of an insurance performance bond or a payment bond.
Yeah, we do.
So you bond to our benefit that if something should go awry, we have a fallback, not just on you.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay? And I'm still stuck on the payback, and the payback is really driven because of the lousy return that SRP gives us, that couple of cents. Whereas in a residential environment, we get dollar for dollar payback, and that makes it viable. And also the reason I would go from 64% up to 80, 85, 90% even. So I'm not so sure I'm sold at this point, and I think I might be safer investing in the market as opposed to, not the market necessarily these days, but making other prudent investments as our CFO has already done, as opposed to speculation on solar. So I need more to be able to help.
Okay. You're also hedging the bet against future rate increases. If you look at APS, they're asking for 14% the last 3 years. Of course, they're not getting it, but they're getting 8%, they're getting 9% year after year. It's only a matter of time before everybody else catches up.
Yeah, but the point still remains, 15-year life, while SRP, what we have to deal with is continuing to raise their rates, the technology is also jumping by increments. Mm-hmm. So some of the film solar that's coming out these days has a longer life, has a higher efficiency. Some of the dual layer solar that is coming out has a much higher efficiency, and the reliability is pretty stable. But the technology at the end of 15 years, we don't know what we're going to get. I think I read a report that something had 120% efficiency. I don't know how the heck they got that, but something. So my point is, we're stuck with old equipment for 15 years. We didn't really save any money during that period of time. Now what do we do? So again, I need more.
Let me ask a couple comments, if you don't mind. So somebody said there's no benefit right now. Well, the benefit right now is covered parking, but I do have a couple of questions for you. Is there any play in that warranty from 2 years? Every project you did, was it a 2-year warranty?
Yeah, that's a standard Arizona statute, a 2-year workmanship warranty that all contractors have to provide for any construction project.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know, maybe this is a Paul question. Have we talked to anybody else about pricing on a project like this? How competitive is this?
So Mayor, Council, this contract was structured under a cooperative agreement through performance contracting, so we really didn't know the scope of what they would even propose. What they first did, so going back a little bit, They started with an initial energy audit, so evaluating our energy interval data to see where there could be some efficiencies. So it's actually a very long process for them to evaluate that and then say, hey, based on the data we see, this is what we propose. And this was the main project discussed. There's other energy efficiencies they are proposing, but because this one has a deadline with the federal rebate, that's why we brought it to council at this time. We have not had the opportunity, and this question's come up, why not go through a bid process? Well, we didn't know the scope. You need a scope to go through a bid process. And what we're doing is completely legal and within the parameters of our procurement policy. It's a performance contract. They guarantee the savings for a certain cost to build the project.
So I have another question. How long have you guys been doing these projects for the other towns in Phoenix and?
We've been in business for 35 years.
Have you,
here in
what kind
Arizona.
of difference have you seen in the technology of the panels in the last 5 years? Has it been dramatic?
It's, in the last 5 years, they were at about 450 watts per panel. We're right around 570 right now. You're seeing a typical panel.
And the inverters, so I want to make another comment too. If monsoons knocked them out, nobody in Arizona would have solar. So I'm concerned about monsoons, but again, nobody in Arizona would have solar if monsoons knocked them out. So your inverters, what's the warranty on the inverters?
The inverters have 10-year warranty on
10 year? Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back to the rebate. Now, learning that we don't get reimbursed till the project is done. When do we know we're guaranteed for the warranty? I'm sorry, the rebate. We will apply for the rebate, but we're not guaranteed the rebate. But then, are we locked in whether we get the rebate or not? Is there an option to apply for rebate and then say we go forward only knowing we got the rebate?
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'll speak and you guys correct me if I say anything incorrect. So in these conversations, you know, Verigy, as any company, they would not guarantee that in the contract negotiations that we would get the rebate, but they have made many efforts to provide documents and clarification. We end up contracting with a tax advisor because, to their point, the tax forms are not that complicated, but it's all the calculations and evaluating the criteria of the federal rebate that is challenging. So we have done a lot of verification and going back and forth with Verigy for them to provide the documentation our tax advisor needs to provide positive assurances. So I guess I never touched on the fact that we do feel really good we'll get the rebate very, very strongly. It's not guaranteed, but it's as close to a guarantee that we can get as a staff at this point. But yes, it will come after the fact, and we won't know until the project's done, planned for next August, if approved. After that, they have to energize it. Is that a few months, or how long would that typically take?
It's when the project is complete.
So, so we would know in about 14 to 16 months from now if we receive the rebate. We would apply for it right away with our tax advisor, and we would find out pretty quickly.
Okay. So then, just a reminder that in the 15 years to get the guarantee of savings, we would be shelling out $86,490. It's not free. The guarantee payback, if we don't have the savings, is not free. Conflict of interest, I think, I don't know. And then if my calculations here, if we did nothing and we stayed with SRP with their suggestions or their estimate of the raises every year, we'd be saving $178,357 in the 15 years. But if we don't get the rebate, that's going to be over $1 million.
Are you counting the covered parking in there? I don't know how you can
All
put
the
a-
covered parking is.
I don't know how you can put a value on that.
Okay, well, we wouldn't have, if I'm saying if well, that's expensive covered parking. To get the covered parking with the solar, yes, it's all together, but if we just stuck with SRP, didn't have covered parking, it looks like in 15 years, we would still be ahead 178,000. This is just estimates, because you're just estimating too. So it doesn't, and all these things we're learning more and more, and as things break down over time or what could happen. Not sure how good our insurance would be if a monsoon came through and knocked stuff out. I don't know what that covers. It just, the numbers don't look good to me. Sorry, Paul.
Mayor?
Thank you. I wanted to thank you. Okay.
Hannah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies. I don't have a way to raise my hand over the phone. My first question is regarding the actual design of the project, not even just our numbers, but knowing that, you know, if we were at the equator, the solar panels would be able to be flat, but as you move away from the equator, there's a certain angle they need to be to obtain maximum energy or retain maximum energy. Did we prioritize that angle to get the most energy out of each panel, or did we prioritize angle as in getting more shade for the vehicles? I just want to see if we looked at those options, if there's different designs we could look at.
Yes, Ms. Councilwoman. We do look at all the options for the angles. You could go at a higher angle, but then you're also increasing all your construction costs and your steel costs as well. 10% is the optimum that the computer program, we put it in a computer program that spits out where the optimal layouts are, what the angle is, what the azimuth is, and this is where we're at with the 10%.
Okay, thank you. So to be clear, are we getting the maximum amount of energy possible out of the solar panel, or are you saying that we are not to reduce building costs?
Ms. Councilwoman, no. Probably not getting the most out of the angle, because you would have to go at about a 20% angle to be at your most optimal, but that would put your canopy on the rear approximately 25 feet in the air, and it would block the view of your whole buildings.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't want that either. And now if, I hope Paul hasn't walked too far away, but Paul, what would the cost be for us to just build covered parking? Like, let's say we don't put any solar panels on there. Would that be similar to this project cost? That's fair. I understand that we wouldn't have like an exact.
What was that, Councilwoman?
Sorry, Paul. I understand we wouldn't have exact figures. Probably hasn't been a design yet, but do we have at least an idea of what the difference would be? Because I know a lot of the draw here is the covered parking, so I would like to compare. If that's half the cost, let's put half the money to just building covered parking, you know?
So what I'll say to that is, Mayor, Councilwoman, is the reason this is before the council before the break is because of the federal rebate. So if the council is interested in looking at covered parking without the solar panels, that's something we could look at in the fall or next fiscal year, and it wouldn't really impact the rebate ability to get a rebate. So that's something we could reconsider and look at as staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
those
you
are my
very much for your presentation and all your in-depth information. Also, your proven professional experience in the past in building things for the town, et cetera. As you said, we were going to be paying SRP anyway in electricity. This is a capital improvement. It is going to not only be covered parking that is capital on our books, but it's going to be solar panels, et cetera. And if you think about it, we have entered into many contracts before with not knowing for sure whether or not we were going to get a rebate. And generally, it's panned out, I think, almost every single time that we do, and we've done that. So we have voted for and supported other contracts that have a upcoming rebate that we apply for, et cetera. So I'm not really concerned and nervous about that. I do think personally that this is a really good idea, and I would like to make a motion to approve the proposed energy savings capital project for parking, shade structure, solar panels, and including all necessary steps to execute contracts to initiate and administer the project to completion. This is a timely thing, and that's why it's here. It's not the only reason we're bringing it now. We're bringing it, you guys have been working on this, and the staff has been working on this for a really long time. They've done in-depth research about it. It's not just because of the rebate. It's because it's a good capital project for the town. Thank you.
Okay, well, I would second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just have a couple of questions for the vendor. We did talk about inverters. What brand inverter are you guys using?
The inverters are SMA Sunny Tri Power X.
Okay. And then how many are there?
Total is, let's see, you got 5 inverters for the community center and 3 inverters on the town hall arrays.
Mr. Mayor, bear with me a moment. Okay, there's quite a few. Just take a look at their warranty information. Also, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Watts, the 10% versus 20% angle. We have thoughts on that. You know, again, I'm skeptical. I think this is going to be very expensive for us to have covered parking. But Mr. Mayor, Councilman Watts, do you have thoughts on the angle?
I think the 10% angle has some inherent flaws, but when you do the angle and you do the math, and I forget A squared, B squared, C squared, that kind of stuff, you're probably right, 20 plus feet versus, what do we have, 15 feet right now for covered parking. So I think that's something to be concerned. I think I look at this slightly differently. After all the financial conversations, I think we look at this as a break-even project at 15 to 17 years. And then if we're willing to accept a 50% performance after that, including, in addition to, or plus costs of maintenance and upkeep, then we should do it. But I don't think it pays for itself in that 15 to 17 years, and I think the math supports that. I think the maintenance costs are going to be high. I'm glad to hear that there are fewer number of inverters rather than having hundreds of inverters out there, because the more items you've got, the more failures you're going to have. So we reduce some of those. I just think that it's inherently SRP's issue because they don't give us dollar for dollar. So we get a couple of cents, doesn't make a lot of sense. So if we want, from the council's perspective, if we want to live with the fact that 15 years from now, we'll have paid for this and we'll get whatever we get out of the system, that's a different way to look at it.
Let me add something too. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, the main cost to all this is the construction cost. The equipment isn't really, it's $500 for a panel. I mean, it's not like it's going to break us if a panel goes out. So, and I think, again, looking at the numbers and just looking at our trash hauler wanted 30% more, EPCOR's up 17%, APS 16%. I think the repayment on this is going to be shorter than 15 or 17 years. I don't see any way around that. I mean, am I right? The major cost is the construction.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Mayor. And also want to say that on the calculations that Rob had put together, we guaranteed that on 95%. So we will also recognize more savings, but per the guarantee, that is what the industry would be for the 95% on that.
Do we have a comment card? Somebody to speak?
No, Mayor. We do have 3 comment cards, though, and they all say they are for this project. They don't want to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did look up the inverters are made in Germany, they're not made in the United States. You know, again, we don't know how long they're going to last. There's maintenance costs. Equipment like this doesn't last forever. And in my experience, which is extensive in this field, you know, the lifetime of these inverters is less than 15 years.
I thought the requirement for the rebate was all American-made.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Watts, we have to meet a minimum 50% of domestic content for your project to be considered domestic content compliant. With the materials and products that we're using, you guys are passing that threshold to 53.2% on domestic content. So you guys do qualify for domestic content as well as the FIAT compliant materials.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your generosity here. I promise this is my last comment. As someone who is critical of the Inflation Explosion Act, I would be hypocritical if I voted for this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, just before we vote, I just want to say, and you mentioned the word stewardship in your presentation. That's literally what I had written down before your presentation even begun. I think this is a good project, and this is the kind of infrastructure and long-term infrastructure project that I think we should all be interested in. We in the council serve 2 to 4 year terms, and we are temporary stewards of a town that's going to be here for many, many years. We're making decisions today that future councils and future mayors, future budget officers are going to thank us for. They're going to reap the benefits of what we're doing today many years down the road. And then somebody sometime is going to tip the hat to the 2006 Town Council and say, these people were visionaries. They looked down the road. They invested today. It's 2.3. We're going to get I'm sure we're going to get the rebate. The experts say we're going to get the rebate. That knocks it down to 1.3, and we're going to be getting cost savings on utilities that are going up dramatically with all the data centers and all the competition for electrical. It's going to go up exponentially, and we're going to be getting cheap energy for 35 years. And this is something that I'm so proud to take a yes vote on tonight, because this shows long-term planning, long-term stewardship, and investing today and what we're going to be benefiting from in the future. And so to me, this is probably the easiest vote I've taken since I've been in the council, going on 4 years now, to support the staff, to support the staff report, to support the people, the experts that have come here to our small town and are offering us an option for future savings so we can make more infrastructure, future roads, future investments, future performance center. This is an easy vote, and so thank you for your presentation, and that's what I have to say before I vote.
I have 2 more comments. One, I think we can space this out over 2 years. So that would help us for budgeting. And then secondly, is there something we can look at for use of downtown funds to help fund this project so it doesn't all come out of a general fund?
Mayor, we can certainly take a look at that. I'll work with Paul, wherever Paul went. There you are. Thank you. To see if that's a viable option.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Skillicorn.
No.
Councilmember Larrabee.
No.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Watts.
No.
Vice Mayor Earl.
May I explain my vote? I do support energy savings. But as a steward for our town, I think we need to make financially sound in decisions, and I just don't, it doesn't seem financially sound for the return on investment with all the numbers we've looked at. So my answer is no.
Mayor Friedel.
Aye.
Mayor, 3 to 4 fails.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion for a couple-minute recess.
I'll second that.
Short recess. Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to item C, which is consideration and possible action regarding a budget authority transfer for additional design costs for the downtown streetscape capital improvement. Town manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Weldy is going to walk us through a minor change in the sense that we have funding set aside in next year's budget for the construction of the downtown streetscape. However, construction can't happen until we finish design. Is that about right? I'll let you finish those details, Director.
Thank you for the introduction and the brief description. So I have been doing this for a considerable amount of time. Sometimes I lighten the mood by using the term proverbial hat. At other times, when it's larger amounts of money, I say dump truck loads. As I mature, I grow less tolerant of some of these things on behalf of the people that I work for. And in this particular case, my tolerance level is right around there. The primary reason for that is I missed some things during the 15% design concept report, which was primarily related to drainage. Now that we're moving forward and we have a lot more information that we are paying for, not MEG, these things begin to add up. What I'm here tonight to ask for is funding. And this wouldn't be the first time I've been before this elected body and others to simply state the money that we have allotted for design is not going to be enough. And the reason for this ask is drainage. If the project is constructed without drainage improvements on Parkview between La Montana and Saguaro, when this placemaking town improvement is finished and there is an event there, pick your event, if there is rainfall, that rainfall is going to impact vendors that are in that space. And that's negative media and publicity and not what we should be focusing on. And that's what it comes down to. There was a little bit of error in the 15% design, the concept report. I'll own that. But in order to keep moving, we need to keep the design moving. Now let's get to the logistics and the challenging part. We have money budgeted for next year based on the budget that you've all seen, several presentations, for construction of the first section, which is Birdie River between Avenue and the Fountains and Palisades. We're asking to use some of that money out of next year to complete the design. The intent is to keep moving forward on the project, which we have done. We've had enough funding to keep going with the design. There hasn't been any delays related to that. But we want to get it over the hump and get the design finished, all the technical specifications, the bid documents done, and get the first phase bid out for construction. So that's what I'm here to ask for, is some additional money to cover that drainage design. With that, I'll do my best to answer any questions not related to my maturity or my attitude.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Director Webley, so it's we already did the engineering for the drainage, or we just need a little bit more to do that engineering, and that is in addition to the angled parking spots and all that that's going on there?
Mr. Mayor, council member, this is just to pay for the design of the drainage. So that design is already underway because, again, we do have funding to keep moving until June 30th of this year. We're asking for that funding to carry into next year for the design.
And Mr. Mayor, Director Welby, do those storm drainage, where does it go to? I mean, it wouldn't be allowed to go to the lake. Where does it go to?
Mr. Mayor, council members, so it's easy for me to paint a picture, but basically what we have is everything from La Montana west to the Avenue of the Fountains, in and around the drugstore and the assisted living facility. Those drain onto the Avenue of the Fountains. From the Avenue of the Fountains, they drain through that neighborhood into a basin. And that basin is along Westby. And then it goes under Westby and underneath the smaller homes on La Montana and comes underneath the Bash's Parking Center. It enters La Montana right around Parkview. You may or may not, during storms, have seen water, what appears to be a lot of water coming out of the Bash's parking. That's the water from there. Now that covers that part west of La Montana. A little bit of technical term here. So when we talk about the vertical crest, I'm talking about the highest part on a road. North of Parkview on La Montana, the vertical crest is just in front of the bank building there. South of Parkview on La Montana, the vertical crest is just around the corner on the avenue and the fountains. So some of the water that comes down the avenue will turn, but all of that water ends up on Parkview. Now to get to answering your question, all of the runoff that comes down Parkview will be entering into a storm drain that exists on Saguaro Boulevard. Depending on the quantity, or the queue as we describe it, it will then enter Fountain Channel. Fountain Channel is a turf area parallel to Saguaro that starts right at Parkview and then disappears as it goes under El Lago and eventually ends up heading into the Verde River and the Salt River.
And Mr. Mayor, Director, let's say the water that comes out of Bash's, is that above grade that goes down the street, or are there storm drains, storm sewers that flows underneath grade?
For the Bash's, there is a concrete structure that allows it to flow under Bash's. Once it enters La Montana, it's on the surface. Our intent is to capture it in that area and pipe it down to Saguaro.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, you mentioned MAG. I don't know if I specifically remember a MAG component to this. Is there, or was there like a drainage, something to do with drainage with MAG?
So the first part of this, which was the 15% design concept, was a $100,000 grant from MAG. That got us to the 15%, which doesn't go into a lot of details. It just gives us some concepts that we presented not only to the public, but to this elected body.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So far, this is the best topic.
Thank you, Mayor. So my understanding is we already have this money just in another bucket, so to speak, and we're switching it to this one if I speak like Paul does. I don't know where he is. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, that is correct. We already have money budgeted next year for construction. We're asking to use some of that construction money for design.
But we don't want to do construction improperly. We need the proper design. So if I can make a motion to approve and then continue conversation?
I'll second that.
So we've already got money set aside for the budget to do the actual construction component, is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, that is correct.
So can we get your personal assurance that you'll save this money out of that?
Councilmember, I can't give you personal assurances based on all the other moving parts, but I'm a man of my word.
So, thank you, Justin. I appreciate the input.
Town Clerk, are there any comment cards?
No, Mayor.
No. I'll take a motion. A second? Did you second it? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Skilcorn?
Yes.
Councilmember Larrabee?
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalvianakis?
Aye.
Councilmember Watts?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel?
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item D, discussion and possible direction relating to e-bikes and E-Moto regulations. Rachel?
Mayor, if you recall from our last meeting, we had a request to review what our current statutes say, what our current rules are. E-bikes are a growing concern in a number of communities, not just ours, but across the valley. Kevin has taken some time to put together some highlights about e-bikes, what they are, what they aren't, and what we currently have in place. I do know that we also have Captain Thomas in the back because this conversation obviously does overlap with MCSO efforts. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Snipes. And just want to note too that this item is agendized for discussion and possible direction. So it's really about next steps, what you guys would like to see, if any. All right, with that, all yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, council members, We're here tonight to talk about e-bikes. I know it's been a hot topic of discussion throughout this year for sure, and last year as well. Where we'd kind of like to start is there's a lot of even municipalities that are coming out and saying things that aren't accurate as far as what an e-bike is or is not. Here we kind of seen one that was put out by Scottsdale, and it's talking about they're creating no e-bike zones. Well, and the picture is not of an e-bike, it's of an E-Moto. So that's something that we need to kind of pay attention to as we're talking about this, to make sure that we're talking about the things that we're intending to. Off to the right, you can kind of see that the e-bikes are kind of a lot like what we saw in many years ago when the mopeds came out, and mopeds were not motorcycles, so they had their own set of rules. Now it's just, we're talking about e-bikes or E-Motos versus motorcycles or e-motorcycles. So kind of looking at the two and the differences, an e-bike is something with pedals. If you can't pedal it, it's not an e-bike, where an e-motorcycle has pegs like a motorcycle does. They can be much faster and require you to follow the rules of the road, which includes having license and all the things that you would have to have if you were riding a motorcycle. Here's another look at an E-Moto and the gear that's required for it, which follows the same guidelines as what we do with motorcycles. What we're here talking about primarily tonight is the e-bikes. And so there's 3 different classes of e-bikes. They can be manipulated, so it's one of the things that we got to kind of look at. They have stickers that are on them when they first come out, but that doesn't mean that people don't take those off. So it's one of the things that makes this very difficult with enforcement, is figuring out exactly what you're dealing with. The state law in Arizona is the baseline authority, so we have to follow that at minimum. What we want to do beyond that is up to the group tonight to have that discussion and figure out what we want to do, and then we'll bring that back to you for approval in the fall. Here we're kind of talking about the different classes of e-bikes. The class 1s and class 2s both only go to 20 miles per hour. The class 1 has pedal assist, which means you have to be pedaling it for the motor to work. The class 2s mean that you can throttle it like you would a motorcycle to get power, and you don't have to have the pedal assist, but it still is limited to a 20-mile-an-hour speed. And the class 3s go up to 28 miles per hour, and they do have a speedometer required on them, and they are pedal assist only. So as you can see, just in those descriptions, there's a lot of similarities between all 3 of them. So when we start having different rules based on the classes, it becomes very difficult for MCSO to be able to look across the park and go, yep, that's a class 1, or that's a class 2, or that's a class 3. That's a very difficult thing to determine from a distance. Around the valley, there's a lot, it's all over the place. So this is one where everybody's trying something different, and I don't think that any one solution has solved all the problems, but what we're trying to do is minimize the issues that we've had. Phoenix has gone to being the most restrictive in their park and preserve areas. They're set up where their off-road trails, they don't allow the e-bikes except for on the streets and on the paved facilities. On their natural surfaces, they don't allow it in the on their trails and things like that, which we follow that same guideline here. We don't allow e-bikes in our preserve at all, or on any of our trails at this time. Scottsdale kind of took a little bit different approach. They've guided theirs more towards how you ride it, trying to cut down on reckless riding, riding wheelies under the influence, and allowing them to not use the Class 3s on their mixed-use paths. Glendale by far has the most restrictive and comprehensive. They have age restrictions for each of the classes. They also have equipment requirements to have lights like you would for a bike when you're riding at nighttime. They have behavioral regulations for reckless riding. They have enforcement fines that could climb to $500 within a 12-month period, depending on how many times you're caught. They also have 15 miles per hour limits within the parks and a requirement to yield to pedestrians. So with all of that, I can't imagine how they enforce most of this, because they're not sitting out with radar guns checking for 15-mile-an-hour speeds in the parks. You know, and one person's thought of a yield on a mixed-use path versus another's. I'm sure we would get plenty of calls that, hey, someone's here doing this right now. Getting out there to get to them, again, becomes a difficult task. So it's one of those things that we really want to make sure that we're thinking about as we're coming up with a plan to where that is enforceable, and it's not 1,000 calls to get a couple of people that you actually catch. We'd much rather have it be something where it's enforceable on a drive-by and being able to see what's going on within the parks and or the streets. So here's some options that we can look into. One is just to follow the Arizona law. The pros of that would be that it's simple, there's minimal enforcement burden, and it's consistent with the state law. Of course, that doesn't solve the issues that we're seeing with our residents' concerns about the speeds and the conflicts that we're seeing on the streets and in the parks. Another option is to do a path and trail classification, where we allow certain classes of e-bikes on our mixed-use paths, our shared-use paths, our sidewalks, and we still stay away from allowing the e-bikes on our trails. I personally think that if we start allowing them into the preserve, we'll run into more problems than what we have now, for sure. Another option to look into is doing an age restriction, and this would not allow, and there's two different ways that I've seen it done. One is to not allow anyone under 14 to be on an e-bike. Another version that I seen done was to allow them on Class 2s and 3s. Not to allow them on Class 2s and 3s, sorry, but to allow them on the Class 1s. This does address the concerns about the younger riders and seeing the way that they ride around and not knowing the rules and or not caring about the rules, or a combination of the two. This again is more difficult to enforce because it's very hard to see someone with a helmet on and go, he's probably 10 or 15 or 12. So it is very difficult to enforce. Another option is that we do a combination of the two, where we set an age restriction and we set a location restriction, where we're not allowing the class 3s on the shared use paths, the sidewalks, or the natural surfaces, as we saw in option 2. And, but we are allowing class 1s and 2s to be able to be ridden on our shared use paths and our sidewalks. And one of the things that I've noticed more so recently is I am seeing more and more older people that aren't maybe able to ride bikes as much, and now they're riding e-bikes and getting out and using them. And so we want to be cautious of that as well as we're having these discussions and think about it's going to affect everyone that are on these bikes. You know, if we're not allowing them in parks, or if we're not allowing them on sidewalks, then that's going to also affect, it'll affect everyone that's using these. Another option is to follow the rules of the road for of the state for the road usage, and to not allow any e-bikes in parks at all. It's a simple way to do it. It's easy to enforce, because if you see an e-bike, then they're not allowed to be in there. But it is very restrictive, and it doesn't address the street riding concerns. With that, I'll open it up to have some discussions around it and see how we want to move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. So what are the problems you're hearing currently? Well, and I want to ask, regular bicycles, that they're allowed in the park and on the sidewalks going down the avenue?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But the issue
we've
with...
allowed, it was a council directive before my time here to allow bikes on all of our sidewalks, both in and out of the parks.
And I know a lot of people like to walk around the park. Is there issues with the bikes running people over?
I won't say running over. We have had complaints over the years of bikes being on the path and riding too fast, or not being courteous of people that are walking by.
Is there issues on the sidewalks, like on the Avenue of the Fountains, where people walk up and down there? Are we having problems there?
That's probably the one spot that I haven't ever had a complaint on, is on the avenue.
Where's the most complaints?
Fountain Park would be where we get the
Fountain
most
Park.
complaints. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what's your, do you think regular bikes are okay there, maybe not e-bikes in the parks?
It's definitely one option that we could do. Like I said, it does make it easy to enforce and to keep an eye out for. This is really a council decision. Like I said, I've seen it done so many different ways, and I don't think that any of them are perfect. And so it's just really a matter of our town and the feel that we have here. The damage that the e-bikes that some of the kids have been riding and doing donuts in our infields and tearing up some of our granite areas has definitely been a concern. It's tailed off a little bit here recently, the damage-wise, from what it was right after Christmas, when I think a lot of them may have been given away. That's a good thing, but we are getting ready to go into summer, and we'll see if it picks right back up again now that the kids will be out of school.
So I'm not familiar with the e-bikes, but I was looking at those, but can they be just pedal only? You don't have any of the power on?
They're
Class 1, 2, or 3?
not in B. If they're an e-bike, as you pedal, and the
But
motor
can you
kicks
just
in.
pedal?
Could you just pedal?
Without the motor on?
Yes. Mhm.
So there could be you have to pedal in the park? Once you get out of the park, you can...
Well, when you're pedaling, it kicks the motor in as well. So you would have a tough time.
You can't
again,
disconnect that part.
seeing that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin, thank you very much for your presentation. I was on late. And I appreciate all the in-depth information. I read through some of the statutes, and I happen to like Glendale's in the sense that it's pretty thorough as far as it it gives you definitions, definitions for the bike, it covers drugs, alcohol, the whole 9 yards. However, you say that's really difficult to enforce. Now, from my vantage point, I don't know what you know and what the sheriff's department know about the damage and enforcing, what we need to enforce. So I think from my perspective, what is it you're trying to solve? And then we can look at which option or which one is best given our community, what you're trying to solve and what they can enforce. And another question, I'm just asking, all of them right now, is I noticed that the Glendale one has fines. So, I know the 14-year-olds don't have ID cards or, age, cards, et cetera. So that's going to be tough to judge. You're just going to have to believe them. But I guess what I'm asking you for personally is a little bit of direction on what problem we're trying to solve so that we can weigh in as to what option might be the best option to help you manage the situation, okay?
Yeah, so, this was a directive from council for us to go out and find some information on because of complaints that had been filed by residents here in town, as well as our Parks Department seeing the damage that they're causing in the parks. I'd have to let Captain Thomas speak to what they're seeing on the streets and roads and issues that have come up with that as well. As far as to the parks, it's more of the destructive nature of the bikes that have caused the most damage here lately for us. And having the e-bikes being in the parks and ridden through areas that they shouldn't be ridden in, causing plant damage and turf damage and things like that.
So would you prefer that they not be allowed in the parks or be very restricted in the parks?
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, I like the age restriction idea. Knowing how difficult that is to enforce, I don't know that would be something that we could put it out there, but I don't know that we're going to get the effect that we're looking for out of doing it by age.
Okay.
And so with that, I would probably lean towards no e-bikes in the parks, and that would solve that side of the problem.
And they're not allowed on on hiking paths or anything, are they?
Correct, they are not.
They're already not allowed on that, so
Correct.
we don't, okay, okay. So I guess getting back to the parks, so do you not want to allow them in the parks? Are there reasonable restrictions if it's too cumbersome to not allow them in the parks, et cetera, that we can apply in any of these options that you've given us, or no?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. So are you asking if we can,
Limit them in parks.
if we just eliminated them within the parks, then that would take care of the park side of the problem. We would just enforce no e-bikes in the parks. The issues that have been reported on the roadways and cutting in and out of traffic and those sort of things, that would be a different, would be a different option.
Okay, so we could add that and the streets and being able to enforce that down on the parks, maybe have an age restriction. So, that's a good start. Thank you for that direction. I appreciate it. Okay.
So I knew if I called enough times, you'd finally get the message. My question really is, this is one of enforcement. You and your staff really don't have an enforcement ability. So it falls back on MCSO. How are they going to enforce it? And there's an overriding concept that applies to e-bikes, bicycles, and so on, anybody that rides on the street, that they have to follow traffic laws. We're having a difficult time now doing that. I don't like the bikes in the park or skateboards, and that kind of stuff. I've seen too many almost, not any accidents per se, but almost. So I'm more of a proponent to ban them from the park and keep them on the streets in the bike lanes. And if parents allow them to ride in the streets, it's easier for MCSO to enforce at that point. They can see them, they're more visible, but keep them off of the park areas, and they're already banned from the paths and trails. So that's where I would go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for bringing this up tonight. This is something that I think all the council members do hear from the general public. Matter of fact, we just got an email today addressed to the whole council on, what we're going to do about it. And I let them know that, hope you're listening out there to listen in, because we're going to be talking about tonight. It's one of those things you just want to get it just right, like the Three Bears. I do want to regulate. I don't want to over-regulate. But I'm not sure if I have the information that I need from MCSO. What's more problematic, and Councilmember McMahon said this, do we have to identify what the real problems are? So to me, the analysis would be, let's identify what the biggest problems are. Let's talk to the experts. And in my opinion, that would be MCSO, members from the Parks Department. And I'd also like to schedule, if possible, an open house at the community center, invite the public, and let them come in there and tell us and tell the staff what they perceive as the biggest problems. Because if we get that kind of input from the parks people that are out there, the sheriff's department, who deals with this all the time, and then from the residents to tell us where they're identifying their major concerns, then I think we could bring this up back in the fall and go into it really eyes open and knowing just what we have to regulate, just what the concerns are, without over-regulating it. And so, to me, I love the fact we're discussing this, but I just want to have the information from all concerned principals and players of what they would like to see us draft, and then have the town staff put something together. Again, maybe what you did tonight, the minimum, one more. And I think that'd be a good way, and then we can vote with more knowledge. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Director Snipes, I think you may have communicated this, but the biggest complaint from your department, and maybe town-wide, is more so the certain riders that are doing donuts or damaged equipment, damaging fields, effective vandalism, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Correct.
So the way I look at that is a vandalism issue, not a e-bike issue. And I don't know if there are, what legal remedies are, but requiring helmets and age restrictions and stickers on the bikes doesn't stop vandalism. And then kind of on that point, on this issue, many issues, I'm fundamentally a libertarian. I prefer to have as little regulation as possible. And I'm also someone, I don't currently own a e-bike. I had in the past, but I mountain bike. I like to do wheelies. I like to jump. I like to do endos, things like that. So maybe I'm a small H hooligan. So I understand the activity, and I don't want to take away from it, but I also know there's a lot of people in our town that are maybe not as physically capable to go up huge hills, and they have changed over to e-bikes. Have been very popular. And I think there's a lot of people that they don't own two bikes anymore. Maybe once upon a time they did, but a lot of times they've gone on an e-bike, and that's fine. There was a question from the council about the pedal assist. Most e-bikes, you can turn that off, or it's setting. You have just a tiny bit, a little bit more. And there's also the time when the battery runs out, and then it is just a regular bicycle. There's also another issue is that they tend to be a little heavier. And I think there are places that it is a little inappropriate, and if you're not going to be rude to other people, if you're riding around the path in the fountain, it's not a great place to be, riding a bicycle at all or an e-bike. Have I done it? Yes. Have I done it when a lot of people are there? I try not to, right? I mean, you can understand when it's respectful and when it isn't, right?
Sure.
If it's no one around and you're just trying to get to one side or the other, it's probably not a big deal. So I think that's where the issue is that there are some people that are either don't have that self-awareness or are being disrespectful, and then we have the vandals. So I would prefer to tread as lightly as we can, and I know this is a very popular item in town. I have a feeling that I'm in a minority on this, But if we go too much, are we going to get into a nightmare of enforcement? And, like age limits, like, I'm sorry, people, we can vote with an ID in Arizona. Kids with 14-year-olds aren't walking around with IDs, okay? Voters don't have IDs here in Arizona. So how do we enforce that? It means we wouldn't. So, I mean, we can't do something we can't enforce. Also, I'm a little bit interested in the subject, but I have seen e-bikes that advertise being the fastest e-bike in the world, and they'll give you a stack of stickers, and it's a sticker that is appropriate for the trail you want to be on, right? So even if it's a class 1 and your e-bike will do 40 miles an hour, you can put the class 1 sticker on there. Right. How do you enforce that? And then, do we really want to be the town that go, well, let's peel what's underneath your sticker? I mean, that is not the town I want to be part of. I prefer to just ask people to be respectful. I think there's got to be ways that we can deal with people vandalizing the park by doing donuts and stuff. I am surprised that the current policy and directive was that a lot of these bicycles are on sidewalks. I don't know if that's wholly, no one around, no big deal, but if there's people using sidewalks, I don't think it's appropriate to zoom by them at 20 miles an hour. People, could get hurt, and it's not respectful. And they tend to be a bill bigger and heavier, stuff like that. I don't think it's an issue with adults, maybe I'm wrong. It might be just an issue with kids. Some of it might be trying to get the parents to crack down. I would be curious of what the captain has to say on enforcement. Like, I don't think it's going to be code enforcement that goes and does it. I don't think it's going to be the Parks Department that goes and enforces it. It's going to be the MCSO. What tools do they need, and what real issues are there? I think there's a couple different issues. One is the vandalism. There are kids that are on E-Motos that are zipping in and out of traffic and could get hurt. Unfortunately, you can't legislate everything. I mean, if you're going to do that, you require everyone to wear like motorcycle leathers and helmets and stuff. And cars that be padded. So we can't regulate that either. So I don't have all the answers, but I'm willing to listen to a consensus. I think that Scottsdale's got a better thing. Now, the current policy is none of the dirt trails, any bike is allowed on them. So
no, bicycles are.
All right, so let's say the Fountain Overlook Trail. You can ride a mountain bike up and down there. It's a little tight for a mountain bike.
I don't think that one is not on it. We have trails that are that you are allowed mountain bikes.
I personally, I've gone to O'Darrell Canyon.
Yeah,
and if you go north, that's fine for mountain biking, right? But some of the trails are real tight. There's some of them are more difficult to use a mountain bike or even e-bike. But then if there's other hikers, that becomes an issue.
Correct.
I just don't want to have a heavy-handed. I understand if this council wanted to limit the use, especially the Fountain Park. Is that the number one complaint place, the Fountain Park?
I would say it's the number one pedestrian to bicycle location. Yeah. But the damage from e-bikes is probably maxed out at Four Peaks.
At Four Peaks. And that's just purely damage? Yeah, I know the mayor is an avid bicyclist. Are there trails at Four Peaks that are appropriate for that? I think of walking trails and playground equipment, baseball diamonds, obviously the tennis courts. I don't think of appropriate bicycle trails there.
There's one of the things that we've done here is we've built 10-foot wide sidewalks for multi-use
Those are new,
abilities.
aren't they?
And so that's
attractive to hoodlums.
It is. Well, it's also attractive to kids learning how to ride bikes, and we're not against that. It's the speed of and knowledge of how to control the bike that they just get sent out into the world and go, hey, go ride, and you ride as fast as you can. You do endos, you do jumps, and you do what you can do. I did when I was a kid, for sure.
I mean, is it possible to craft something tight about those high traffic park areas? It doesn't have to even be class 2, but class 1, 2, I don't know. And that's it. I mean, I just don't want to. I don't want to become the town that is so restrictive that we're not fun.
There's definitely places that allow class 1 and 2s in their parks, and they don't allow class 3s. That's something that has been written. Again, it's tough to enforce, like we talked about.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, this is a very difficult conversation because it's so hard to, there's so many different steps. At least with the mopeds, they were pretty much the same. You know, there wasn't much difference in them. And so once you set a guideline, you could go, yep, that's a moped.
It's
Yep,
very
you
easy to
can't
have
do this.
an e-bike or electric bike with quite a bit of power nowadays.
Yeah, they tweak them where they take the governors off of them and all sorts of stuff.
And I do want to point out, I was talking to a few people on the other side over there about maybe mountain biking in the state trust land. And we have a very awesome town manager that might be helping facilitate that. So there, I mean, there's more opportunity. You don't have to be running over people to have fun.
Right.
So I just look, if we could craft something very, very narrow, that would be something that, you know, would be more interesting than me.
Okay.
Would you be okay with restricting them from a fountain park? That's a high pedestrian area.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think it's highly inappropriate to be riding around Fountain Park when there's people there. The only issue is that if nobody's there, does it bother anybody? And I can't craft an ordinance.
Right. It
Like,
doesn't work that
oh,
way.
you can ride your bicycle there when it's appropriate.
We'll put a sign up that says there's 12 people in the park, you can't ride now.
Yeah, that's the problem. Now, I think it's highly inappropriate. I mean, it doesn't even need to be that many people walking around. If you're zipping by pedestrians and a 20-mile-per-hour e-bike, and frankly, it's challenging to get up to 20 curving, but even 15 miles an hour, someone walking at 3 miles an hour and an e-bike zipping by 2 inches away at 50 miles an hour, it doesn't mix well.
Right.
I was hoping more people would have common sense.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Kevin, would we be able to maybe consider in an ordinance to bridge this gap, right? We might not want to completely ban it for the elderly, that these help them get around, but at the same time, we need to control some of the crazy. Are we able to put something like reckless driving in there, and that would include e-bikes, bikes, scooters, whatever, and just give MCSO a little bit of leeway to say, like, hey, if someone's being crazy, they're able to do something about it? Or is that not really a realistic stipulation we could add?
Well, I would say that when you start going down that line, then I would say it's crazy for someone to ride and jump and do a backflip on a bike, but the person that's doing it goes, no, it's just a Wednesday, and that's what we do. So I think as soon as you start trying to determine what that is, now you could do, like reckless riding, like Scottsdale has taken that approach of no wheelies, and they put some restrictions like that on it. So yeah, you could do something along those lines. You'd have to be specific on what you are and aren't allowing.
Okay, thank you. And as for the vandalism issue, do you have a ballpark figure of how much that has cost the town so far?
I don't. It's a lot of man hours more so than it is property damage. Like when you dig a 4 or 5 inch deep hole into an infield of a ball field, it takes time to get that cleaned back up and put back together, and then it happens again the next night, and then the next night, and then the next night. That starts to calculate into a good amount of time that the guys are spending on stuff like that, or trails where they're throwing rocks out onto the sidewalk, so you're having to blow off the sidewalk and then shovel it back up the hill. That takes time. So it's a lot more time damage than say someone doing graffiti or something like that, where there's actual monetary cost to it.
Okay, thank you. And just to add to previous comments, I agree. I don't want to be overly heavy-handed. I want Fountain Hills to be fun for kids, but I also want it to be safe for, all ages. living near Four Peaks Park, I've been doing a lot of walking around there lately, and I will say I have seen some questionable decisions when it comes to crossing the road, or I'm just being as polite as I can about it. But I know kids are kids, and they're gonna want to drive it as fast as they can, and that's what's kind of scary about these e-bikes, is I think these companies on the broad scale are not taking a lot of responsibility for how dangerous they can be. I saw the fairly recent story of, unfortunately, the child that was killed in an accident with a vehicle, and how that woman has been really pushing for legislation now on e-bikes. I don't mean to ramble on it, but I do want to see how we can put up just reasonable barriers on this without being overly heavy-handed, but maybe just enforce some of the rules that maybe should have been designed into the bike in the first place. Like if we could, not necessarily a speed limit, but if we could allow for MCSO to have some common sense in enforcement. I think I'd like to see some looser language that allows us to let them make a judgment call.
Mayor, can I suggest, I mean, this is obviously a very in-depth conversation with a lot of nuance to it. Would it make sense to bring this back as a work session, or for another time where we may have a little more discussion and input? Just a
Yes.
suggestion.
Yes, let's do that.
I'll make a motion to table and to have a work session.
Thank you very
Do we
much.
need to vote on that?
I don't,
Second?
we just need
did it.
direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take that direction and go from there.
Maybe we need a sheriff to bring back the posse to watch the park.
Thank you.
Mayor, we did have one speaker.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's.
Shelby Blecker?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Shelby Blecker, Fountain Hill resident. I'm going to take a little bit different approach to this. When you consider the regulations for e-bikes and E-Moto, please consider the handout that I provided all of you regarding the hidden dangers of e-bikes. You should have all gotten these today. This was written by the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons. Orthopedic and trauma surgeons report a drastic surge in severe e-bike injuries due to the device's high speeds and heavy weight. E-bike accidents differ fundamentally from traditional bike crashes, more closely mirroring small motorcycle collisions. Doctors frequently treat complex and high-energy fractures and traumatic brain injuries that typically require immediate surgery. Now, e-bikes certainly are fun and a convenient alternative to cars or for exploring our hilly community. Unfortunately, the dangers that come with high speeds aren't always communicated to the users, making it necessary to form regulations. We certainly need to keep them off of the sidewalks, out of the parks, and put them in the streets and designated bike lanes we have in town. A collision between an e-bike and a pedestrian will have tragic consequences. So I would advocate for the most restrictive policy similar to Glendale. Whether it's enforceable or not, that's on MCSO, but if you don't have the policy, you can't enforce it. And I've heard somebody else comment about the fact that maybe we can put 14-year-olds into a class and require some type of licensing for them that they can carry in town. So there are alternatives, but I didn't hear any of you really talk about the severity of the injuries that are happening with e-bikes. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item E, public hearing. I'm going to open up a public hearing with possible action regarding ordinance 2611, amending the zoning ordinance, chapter 6, sign regulations, section 6.08A, drive-through sign to increase the allowed size of these signs. So I've opened the public hearing. Rachel?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll turn this directly over to Director Wesley to walk us through tonight's details of the ordinance.
Mayor, Council, good to be with you this evening. I'll try to keep this quick. It's a fairly simple topic, and you've had a long evening. So as stated, we're looking at a potential change in Chapter 6 of the zoning ordinance, which deals with signs. Signs we can regulate by time, place, and manner provisions, but not by content. As you're aware, there's a major update done of the sign code in 2021 to become compliant with those requirements. When we did that, we did not make any changes in terms of the size requirements related to drive-through signs, or the signs you have a menu board as you go to a drive-through restaurant. We've had some questions come up, concerns about our current regulations, that they're a little bit restrictive, and so we've taken a look at that to see if there is a possibility of making some changes. So here's the basics of our current regulations for drive-through signs, with a basic description of where they can be and the parameters that they can operate under. The primary ones of concern or interest here are the limitation on 20 square feet and 5 feet in height. Looking around the valley, we see that others have larger sizes here, and we found these two specifically. It gets a little bit complicated since you can't regulate based on type of sign, so the communities do it differently. These two I could identify as being directly comparable. Then also just looking at general industry standards for how big these boards typically are. And so you see the different types there between the small, medium, and the large. So with that information in mind, we went to the Planning and Zoning Commission and discussed some options with them. And based on that discussion, it's staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation that we increase from 20 square feet to 30 square feet and from 5 feet of height to 7 feet of height in these signs. And so this gives you a kind of a relative comparison of the current 20 square foot to the 30 square foot. So with that, Mayor, Council, any questions?
Thank you, Ms.
Who
Mayor.
asked for this? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. We have a bunch of drive-through businesses in town. Is everybody compliant with the current 20 square foot rule, or are there some that are, because they just seem normal to me?
Mayor, Council Member, we did not go back out and measure what's there. We've had the same regulation for many years, so my assumption is that they are all compliant with the.
And then, Mr. Mayor, Director Wesley, you mentioned that someone said that we were a little small. Was that a business owner, or what was the circumstance?
Mayor, Council Member, specifically, it's the Dairy Queen that's preparing to come occupy. They're actually looking for something even a little bit larger than this, but can work with the 30 square feet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for answering my question. I'm not for this at all. I think that, the signs for the Whopper and everything else, they work so far. They seem to be fine. The Dairy Queen is going to be in a very small area, a very small drive-through, and it's basically asking for a larger sign. I don't see the need for it. I'm not for larger signs in this regard. Like I said, I think they're fine the way they are, so I'm not for the.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Planning and zoning, it's already gone through. They recommended 30 square feet. Was it unanimous?
Yes, it was unanimous.
So the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously said we should go to 30.
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion to approve as drafted.
I'll second it.
All right, before we get too far ahead here, do we have any other comment cards, Town Clerk?
No, Mayor.
No? Okay, thank you. Let me close the public hearing. And we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, then we'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Larrabee?
Aye.
Councilmember Skillicorn?
Yes.
Councilmember Calavianakis?
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon?
No.
Councilmember Watts?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel?
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
6-1.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay.
Late.
Thank you. We'll move on to item F, which is consideration and possible action regarding a professional services agreement 2027-02 with BIO-Janitorial Services for townwide janitorial services. Rachel?
Director Weldy's going to walk us through the details of this contract, but in general, we have a high level of janitorial needs throughout all of our buildings and facilities throughout town. So this was a highly competitive contract that went through our RFP process that is here for tonight for award. Director?
Thank you for the introduction. Mr. Mayor, council members, this is a long process here that was done internally by the town staff through the release of a request for proposals. 16 qualified vendors submitted for this, and the amount of paperwork for each of us on the committee to go through and review it and look at pricing and what they're offering is challenging, to say the least. I will, hats off to the rest of the committee that sat on this, because they waited for me a little bit longer because I had a lot of other things that I was working on. That said, the town owns and is responsible for approximately 59,000 square feet of structures that need to be properly cleaned and presentable to the people that they represent. In order to accomplish that, we hire contractors to do that work. It seems like a lot of money annually for that type of service, but if you do the math related to hiring the people and maintaining the equipment necessary, especially the carpet cleaning equipment, the cost goes up substantially. This company has been vetted. They met all of the qualifications. We have sat and discussed it internally numerous times as the contract was coming to an end that we've used for the last 5 years. This is the best bet for this community. Not only does it address the daily and nightly cleaning services, it also includes carpet cleaning for the community center and town hall. And importantly, it includes porter service for our special events at the community center, or if there isn't a big event at a park or a trailhead, we have the ability to address that up front. And when it reopens the following day, it's ready to go. And that is the objective here. It is a long, drawn-out, complicated review and process and contract. You'll note that there is a very lengthy staff report designing this process or explaining this process and how we arrived at this tonight. With that said, I will certainly do my best to answer any questions you may have related to this agreement.
I assume that the same scope of work was in this RFP that we'd used previously?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, no. This scope of work was substantially more work from lessons learned.
Such as strip and clean vinyl, VCT type tiles and so on? Did you just learn from your past errors or oversights and then manage this RFP accordingly?
I would hesitate to say errors, but oversight, yes. And demand, yes. And porter services for special events, definitely. We certainly did not make accommodations for that in the last agreement or the last two agreements over 10 years. It has simply become more of a demand on what we're doing to meet the standards that we've adopted or that each individual facility owner or manager has adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Anyone is second it?
Second.
Okay.
Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
We don't, okay. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
A couple questions.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Director Weldy. Looking over it, it seems detailed, 16 bidders. Really appears that the RFP process worked. I don't have any not skeptical. And frankly, for the breadth of work, the dollar amount doesn't seem wholly appropriate. I am curious though, is there policies or are there certain, it sounds like it's a lot of restrooms, right? Are there certain things that because the town allows more of it, or the restrooms are open longer hours, or certain parks that are worse than the others? So is there certain either activities or locations where it's driving more of the work?
Mr. Mayor, council member, so primarily The community center is one of the biggest customers that we have, and that's because of the nature. Its intended nature is to be a welcoming center for all ages, and there are an uncountable number of programs, and they are well attended. And the second one after that is special events. The town sponsors special events, and those special events generate an incredible amount of debris and require cleaning. The restroom facilities at Fountain Park or any one of the trailheads or the parks, if you walk in there and there is a problem, I would be hard-pressed to believe it's not already on the list to be addressed, or it was simply overlooked and they're working on it very shortly. I would argue that I would put our facilities up against any facility in this valley in regards to cleanliness and the quality that we're expected.
And Mr. Mayor, directly, I don't think anyone was saying that it's not clean or anything like that. I'm actually surprised that the community center is the biggest driver. I would have thought some of the parks or someplace very active, outside would be more the, the guilty party basically. And I'm just kind of curious because the staff can, if there's certain areas that are a problem or certain times of day that are a problem, there are things we can do to adjust that. But I don't think this is inappropriate. It looks like it's been very thorough. I mean, even mentions not having slave labor for the Uyghurs. I mean, that's pretty thorough. So I'm happy to approve. It's in there. There's a China policy in here.
So we have a motion and a second. Could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Watts.
Yes.
Councilmember Larrabee.
Aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Aye.
And Mayor Friedel.
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Thank you. And I think Justin's going to stay here for this one, too.
I think he has to get his correct paperwork.
Oh. All right. Item G is consideration and possible action regarding the purchase of a ditch witch vacuum excavator from the Charles Machine Works. Town manager?
That is correct. Justin wants to buy a ditch witch. If you read the staff report, and he'll probably cover this, we do have a smaller unit of the style that is just not sufficient. So staff is looking to upgrade for better use in the town. Justin, would you like to walk us through that?
Yes, thank you again for the introduction and the opportunity. I've stood in front of this elected body at this location and others and explained that in Public Works and all the divisions in Public Works, we do not have any wants. Our policy is to address needs. We need to be more efficient with what is in the professional industry referred to as a soft dig. So this is not a mechanical backhoe or trenching device. It is rather a 600-gallon trailer-mounted vacuum cleaner with a 4-inch hose on it. This piece of equipment is primarily used to excavate the areas for signs. We have in excess of 8,000 signs in this community. Some of them get knocked down, some of them are outdated and need to be replaced. The other use is for cleaning out the small areas of drainage. We go in and clean out that sediment. This is where typically you cannot get mechanical equipment. It's equipped with a high pressure washer, and we have the option to also use compressed air. So the high pressure water essentially loosens the material up and allows it to be vacuumed. In areas where we're going to be working around electricity, we then oftentimes switch to the high pressure air. It's the same function, but that it eliminates the water. The town manager spoke earlier that almost 8 years ago, we purchased a relatively small one of these. It holds about 100 gallons, and we've certainly made it work. But with the increased workload in parks and the additional stuff that the street department is doing, the capacity is simply too small. A good example, we did an audit of our water meters and our backflow preventers, and we used this device to go and clean all of that material out. To clean out 15 or 20 of those requires 2 or 3 trips back to what we refer to as the bus barn. This is an area where we place that material, allow it to dry, and then we utilize it at a later date for other things. If the Parks Department is using it to excavate any of their irrigation or any of their sprinkler heads, they also have to stop what they're doing and traverse the park, get back out regardless of the location, go and dump it. All of this takes a little bit of time and is not as efficient as we would like to see. The intent, with the council's approval to purchase this tonight, for which we have funding in the Public Works and Street Department, is Public Works would primarily use this one, and the smaller one, which is self-contained and very efficient, would then be primarily used by the Parks Department. So what we're asking for is the authority to spend money on something that we need to be more efficient at what we do. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Director Weldy. In current situations, do we just use the little one or do we rent a bigger one?
Mayor, council member, we have not been able to find one for rent. The nature of this type of work, the filters and stuff require a little bit of time and effort to clean, and they don't really rent them out unless you're going to do it for a month or so.
Okay. And then I distinctly, I thought EPCOR, I think they use a service. Like, I swear the guys that came out were not EPCOR employees that were using it, but I mean, this is going to last a long time. The amortized cost is very low. I don't see a reason to complain about it, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Justin, do we have a service technician that we service all this? It seems like we're acquiring more and more equipment. Do we have technicians that are certified to maintain this, or do we have to go back to the manufacturer for maintenance?
Mr. Mayor, council member, the general maintenance of changing filters and cleaning it, oil, those types of things we'll do in-house, but anything after that will go back to the manufacturer's representative.
Is it prudent to start thinking about having a technician that can work on all of the different equipment that we're acquiring and then get them certified so that they can do the work instead of going back to third party?
Council member, we have had that discussion internally. We lost our, well, I didn't say we lost, our fleet mechanic retired after 20 years that took care of the fleet and open space and everything else. It's kind of challenging to fill that position, and we're certainly still having those internal discussions. But for right now, we have several people that are capable of doing a percentage of the work, and the balance of it goes off to the manufacturer's representative.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we had a motion. Did we get a second? We did? Okay. Can we get a roll call, please?
Just for the record, we have no speakers. Councilmember Larrabee.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon. Councilmember Skilcorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalvianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember Watts.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Aye.
And Mayor Fidel.
Aye.
Mayor 7-0.
Thank you. Item H is consideration and possible action for the Arizona Cities and Towns Weekly Legislative Bulletin. Does anybody have anything? Go ahead.
Did I hit the wrong? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, well, it sounds like the legislator passed the budget. I haven't heard that the governor has signed it, but I believe they did. Oh, she did. 'Cause they signed and died, so they have to hit it through the special session to come back. It sounds like there was some exciting things that were passed. It was a really nice kind of last-minute gift on Friday that a lot of things passed, and it sounds like the governor signed a bunch of things, which is new. So good moving forward. We don't have to redo our taxes. Yay.
Seeing nothing else, we'll move on to the call to the public. Do we have any speaker cards down, Claire?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have 8. Tiana Torian, followed by Patty Torian, followed by Linda Somo, followed by Shelby Blecker.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tiana Torian Wood. I've resided here for over 30 years. With an election approaching, many residents are considering what our town needs most. For many, the answer is simple: friendliness. That's what's missing from Fountain Hills these days. As a town that depends on tourism, friendliness is our bread and butter. Friendliness is economic success. Partisan politics are the antithesis of friendliness and have no place in our local government. Issues such as naming civic spaces over controversial public figures, banning DEI initiatives, making English our official town language, and other overtly partisan items do not communicate friendliness. They do not communicate that this town is for everyone, and they do not improve our lives as residents. And the problem extends beyond policy. When the press table is removed, when opportunities for public comment are restricted, and when disagreement is treated with contempt rather than respect, a message is sent. Some voices matter more than others. That to be heard, a citizen must first agree. That is not the kind of local government our community deserves. Our elected officials, whoever they are, should listen to all residents and address the issues that matter most to this town, rather than focusing on partisan politics and smear campaigns against their opponents. As a town, we could argue forever about who is to blame for this divisive environment, but for me, this upcoming election isn't about who started it. It's about who's willing to stop it. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Patty Torian, and I've lived here since 1985. Okay, so with elections coming up, I would like to just express some concerns that I have as a resident of changes that I've seen in this town that really concern me. Over the last couple of years, I believe that many in this council have succeeded in turning what used to be a government focused on town business into a partisan, divisive entity that has changed the spirit of our town. Council members who swore to govern the town in an impartial manner have instead injected their own political and religious ideology into governance. Cases in point. They strong-armed the community center into allowing a Republican Party Christmas tree, despite the fact that it's widely understood that Christmas is a non-political celebration. They attempted to pass a motion to rename the community center to honor a polarizing figure who has no connection to our town. They ended our contract and years of partnership with Republic Waste for a company that has never served a community of more than 5,500. Their research per Mr. Skelcorn included noting that unlike Republic, Universal Waste has no DEI or human rights compliance policies, which do not apparently align, according to him, with our town values. I find kind of surprising. Impartial research should have focused solely on service provided, reliability, and financial soundness. We can only hope that the reduction of fees does not come with poor service and unreliability. Regardless of strong community pushback, they are talking about moving the Museum of Time out of its space, a cultural treasure of our community located ideally along the Dark Skies Discovery Center and the library. They changed the campaign sign placement ordinance that limited areas where these signs could be displayed to a free-for-all of signs littering our streets and allowing bigoted, hateful signage. Once again, guided by their political ideology, not by what the residents of this town want representing us as people drive through our community. They have moved the CTP to the end of meetings. Thank you for the 4 hours that we all had to endure. This really shows where you put the importance of listening to us just listening to our thoughts and our concerns. You made us sit through this. Thank you for that, okay? They have removed the media desk because our local paper is not always in favor of their policies. I hope this election, we will be electing a council that returns to nonpartisan management of our town, focusing on things that benefit all residents and keep the toxic, divisive ideology that we see all around on the internet and people associated with council members out of its governments. Thank you.
Shelby?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Hills resident. A few people in town seem to have a problem with orange signs. They claim they are vulgar, uncivil, and inappropriate to display on the streets of our wonderful town. Coming from the battles of LA politics, I say that it's absolutely necessary to shock people into reading and thinking about the message on these orange signs. Frankly, I disagree with all the detractors and challenge them to put forth an explanation for their opinions to go along with their one-liners that they toss out on Facebook. But let's go a step further here. The crowd screaming for civility says nothing about the $18,327 that a council member cost the town, instead instantly deflecting to, quote, "How much did Jerry's personal lawsuit cost us?" unquote. More false narratives in the same post, quote, "Jerry used the actual town logo in a social media ad campaign," unquote. The post says nothing about how the candidates received a cease and desist order from the town attorney, and only one refused to listen, costing the town $18,327. It wasn't Mayor Friedel. He conformed to the order. More false narratives from a prolific Facebook poster. Quote, "Isn't it ironic that one of the main reasons we may not have to impose new taxes is the arrival of Sprouts? With new housing for residents, something Jerry and his clan voted against," unquote. For those uninformed, there was never a vote on bringing Sprouts to town. The vote was on rezoning a parcel almost a half a mile away to allow 300 plus, mostly one-bedroom apartments to be built. Misleading comment? I think it was. The council member herself goes to Facebook to requote what someone else said, avoiding the problem of making the direct quote herself. Quote, "The credit for Sprouts belongs to Economic Development Director Amanda Jacobs, Sandor Development, and the 4 council members who had the vision to approve rezoning," unquote. Rezoning what? Again, it wasn't for Sprouts. She continues to requote Jacobs. Quote, "Attracting Sprouts Farmers Market would not have been possible without the Fountain Hills Town Council approving zoning changes in 2004, unquote. Personally, I feel this is more than just a bit twisted, since there's no formal statement by Sprouts affirming this. Could it be possible that Sprouts, who has a store in Scottsdale on 82nd Street, is simply overburdened at that location and needed a second location, and chose Fountain Hills not because of the 300 plus one-bedroom apartments, but because we have a higher median income shopper, and this location was their best choice? The more you look into this, the clearer the manipulation becomes by the council member, who just cost the town $18,327. Thank you.
The last 4 speakers are Leah Philippi and Jonathan Philippi, followed by Beth Culp and Jerry Butler.
Good evening.
I've got a point of order. The clock started when she was walking up here. I think we should give her a full 3 minutes.
I'm so sorry.
Are you going to address my point of order?
Good evening. My name is Leah Philippi, and I recently turned 18. This year I will be voting for the first time. When I was 11 years old, I started carrying around a pocket constitution because I wanted to understand how our country works, why every voice matters. I've always loved learning about government, history, and the people who dared to stand up for what they believed in. I am also a person with a disability. Growing up has taught me that inclusion
is more about is about more than ramps or accommodations. It is about whether people feel seen, respected, and welcomed in their own community. Over the past few years, I have watched my little brother stand at this very podium and speak with remarkable courage. He came here to share his ideas because he believed his voice mattered. Watching adults attack his character rather than respond to his ideas was heartbreaking. It reminded me that young people pay attention, not just to what adults say, but to how they treat others. I have learned that a community's character is not measured when everyone agrees. It is measured by how we treat one another when we disagree. As I prepare to cast my first vote, my hope is simple, that every young person in Fountain Hills is safe to participate, ask questions, share their views without fear of personal attacks. I hope that the example my generation inherits is one of respect, kindness, and the belief that every person deserves to be heard. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan David Philippi, and it's been a little while since I've spoken before you. I've been busy finishing my 6th straight honor roll semester and completing an early entry engineering college course. School has been my priority, and I'm proud of what I've accomplished. I also stepped back from speaking for a while because something happened that I wasn't prepared for. Instead of simply disagreeing with my ideas, some adults publicly attacked my character, my family, and questioned my abilities without ever even speaking to me. As a 13-year-old, that was difficult to understand. Tonight, I'm not here to debate publicly. I'm here to ask something much simpler. Please remember that every meeting and political action teaches the next generation what leadership looks like. On the 4th of July, I'll turn 14. In just 4 years, I'll be able to vote. My mother's sister just turned 18, and she'll be voting just for the first time. Watching our community has shown both of us that participating in democracy matters. Growing up in Fountain Hills, I learned that this is a community where character counts. We were taught that respect isn't something we show only when we agree with what we agree with. It's something we show everyone and everything. The Lubavitcher Rebbe taught, in a time of increasing darkness, we must increase the light. Tonight, I'm asking you to be that light. Not because we all have to agree, but because every meeting teaches my generation what leadership looks like. Please let what we learn from you be respect, character, and courage. Thank you for your time.
I just have to say that I think that was the most remarkable series of disrespectful events I've ever seen in a town council meeting. You know, all these people are waiting here to speak. Councilmember Skillicorn is allowed to speak for 15 minutes about his adventures on e-bikes while we wait. Meanwhile, Councilmember Kalavayanakis, Councilmember McMahon, if they ever speak more than 2 minutes on any topic, they get the gavel. On top of that, we have 2 young people coming up here, and I watched, Mayor, as you started the clock as they approached. 30 seconds had elapsed by the time the young woman got up here. 20 seconds elapsed by the time the young man got up there. When Councilmember Kalavayanakis called a point of order, you shut her down with a gavel, and the second time you shut her down with the sharpest gavel I've heard, and I've heard some sharp ones in this dais, from this dais. I want to talk now about the fact that it's apparent that the majority on this town council does not care what 40% of the people in this town think about the people that aren't interested in culture wars, the people that want to know answers about why Republic Services was terminated. And when Councilmember Kalavianakis tried to go into that, she was shut down, just like she's shut down tonight. This is wrong. We see what's happening. We see that whenever we speak, you take time from us, you find excuses to shut us down. Shelby Blecker stands up there and personally attacks Councilmember Kalavianakis when that is not allowed by the rules of procedure that this town council enacted. But it's okay when they do it. But if I do it, if I criticize Jennifer Wright, I'll get gavelled. I will get gavelled. You have to start equally enforcing the rules, Mayor. We see you. We see the lack of transparency. We see the 25 executive sessions when you said you didn't foresee any. When Councilmember Watts said he was going to bring some kind of a resolution forward that would limit executive sessions to personnel matters. This has got to change. It can't go on. Since you've had 5 on the majority, every time there is a contested vote, the same pattern is followed. Councilmember Skillicorn invokes the call of the question. He suspends the rules. That should be an extraordinary measure. You allow him to do it, and you all support him in doing that, to shut down discussion. You've done it on every single controversial point for one reason and one reason only, so we can't hear from the people who represent us, and we're tired of it.
Now, I will respond to you since you did call me out personally. Most of these e-sessions that we're dealing with are because of some of the nonsense that you created, personally.
May I respond?
No, you may not.
Okay.
And secondly, the interruptions by Councilwoman Kalivianakis are not going to be tolerated. If that lady who was disabled needed more time, I was prepared to give her the time. She does not need to interrupt the meeting to do that. Next speaker, please.
I see 5 seconds have already elapsed as I tried to walk up here. I'm 86 years old. I would hope you'd give me a little bit more time.
We'll give you 5 seconds. We'll give you
Thank you.
10 if you need it.
My name is Jerry Butler. I've not been here in a long time. I'm Fountain Hills property owner, 27-year full-time resident. For the last 25 years, I've been a community volunteer doing many things to advance this community. My background is civil engineering, and as you might assume, my most recent volunteer commitment has been for the Citizens Advisory Streets Committee. That was made up of 12 nonpartisan residents with a combined experience of 250 years addressing the needs of our streets. Tonight I'm here to talk about streets on 2 fronts. One, to express my disappointment for canceling the street workshop that was scheduled for earlier today, and to commend our town staff for the work they did in preparing for that workshop. Now, regarding the workshop itself and the presentation that was presented or available, as a member of the Streets Committee, I spent 20 months exploring all aspects of the network. And based on my engineering background, I want everyone here and watching to know that our town staff did an amazing job preparing for the workshop. The information that was ready to be presented was very thorough, and to the staff, thank you. Regarding the second point, my disappointment. After 3 years of silence since the Streets Committee filed its report, I was looking forward to today's workshop and must ask, why was it canceled and when will it be rescheduled? The reason for these 2 questions is our streets, which happen to be the community's largest asset, are deteriorating at a rapid rate. When the committee filed its report, I want to quote, it stated, without significant additional revenues, the street network maintenance levels cannot be achieved, which means streets will continue to deteriorate, creating failing conditions from which the town cannot possibly recover. Unfortunately, that statement is correct. Even though many millions of dollars have been injected into the street network in the last 3 years, it's not enough. Case in point is 3 years ago, our backlog for poor and very poor streets represented 5.4% of the network. Today, it's nearly double at 10.4%. 4 years ago, Mr. Skillicorn, you had a Roads First program and promised to find needed street funds from the existing revenues. How's that gone? Are you proud of what's been accomplished? To Mayor Friedel, based on your financial background, where do you foresee finding more revenues to fix our streets? In closing, why was the workshop canceled and when will it be rescheduled? Time is of the essence. Our streets continue to deteriorate daily. They are nonpartisan. Thank you.
I'll answer your question. I think we're going to try and bring that back soon. Yeah. Yeah. It's not an agenda item, but we will bring it back.
Are we ready to ask for something to be future agenda items? Is that next?
Is that the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next is comments for the town manager.
I'd like to do it.
Do we have any comments for the town manager?
I do.
You do? Okay.
I did have one prepared already. So I would like to request that the street repair research work session be rescheduled as soon as possible. And because staff has been preparing for this session and was anticipating this summer to continue that work. So I'd like to get to it and look forward to what the work you've done. Thank you.
Anything else for the town manager? We'll move on to future agenda items. Anybody have anything? Can I get a motion to adjourn? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, as far as the future agenda item is concerned, I share Mr. Butler's concern. Without any explanation given to me whatsoever, the workshop was pulled today. When we're talking about fixing the roads, we better talk about how we're going to fix the roads. So I would like to call tonight on the first town council meeting after the break to either put the workshop back in order on the first day or to make this an agenda item for discussion only so we can talk about how to fix the roads in a practical sense. Can I get a second? Can I get a third? We're talking about the roads.
Point of information, wasn't that already requested?
Yes, it was. It was already requested.
Okay.
Can I get a motion? Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.